here. Stop the song. Oh, is there an ad coming? I should not stop the song if there's an ad coming. Meow. Oh, tiny baby. Stop. Okay, yeah, go there. Alright, is it this one? It's this one, okay. Bo, come here. Kitty. Don't just stand. Don't just sit outside the door. Snuggle bug. Oh my goodness, you're cute. Oh my goodness gracious, you're cute. Here, can I will show you in his full glory. Baby. Oh, kitty. It's just finished. Okay, good. Hello. Welcome, Aerith, Magistrate Ironlung, Death's Head, Ghoulish, Mako, Documancer. And thank you for the cheer, Death's Head. I really appreciate it. Alright. Fair enough, Death's Head. I do appreciate the warning. Thank you for the cheer as well, Mako. Kitty. Okay. Good. You're so silly. You're such a silly kitty. Oh. And there's this silly kitty that I can't really show you, but she's there. Welcome, everybody. So, if you are new here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is usually a phrase of some sort that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. And then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. And 4 of them are guaranteed submissions. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. So we have a calculating Wolf, Death's Head, and Mako who will let us know when we have unlocked a story. Thank you very much for the big cheer, the big demonstration, setting off a hype train. Wolfie, appreciate that. So they will tell us when we have unlocked a story. You can do that 4 times and unlock 4 stories. It is very much appreciated when you do that. I appreciate that, and the people who get their stories read like getting their stories read. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Continuing the hype train. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. And then how to be guaranteed. How to be guaranteed is if you are a supporter. So there are multiple tiers on Discord. There's the bookworm tier, that is the $3 tier that allows you to submit prompts to the prompt suggestions channel. Then we have... What do I call that channel? I think I call it suggestions for prompts. I do call it suggestions for prompts. Oh, right, because it was prompt announcements and prompt suggestions, and that was confusing. I threw myself off. But yes, if you're a bookworm, you can submit prompts to the suggestions for prompts channel. And then if you are a cocoon to the $5 tier, then you get access to that. And when you submit your stories to the channel of the week, then you get to go in the guaranteed on the actual stream. And then you also can post 2 stories if you so desire. Then at the transformed level, the $10 tier, then you are able to do all of those things, but you can post 3 stories instead of 2. You can And the first prompt that you submit will automatically go to the poll, and my one finger is not cracking and it's distracting me. So your first prompt will automatically go to the poll, and then you also can submit 7-word prompts instead of just 5-word prompts. This is also true if you are a double Cocoon, so if you have a Twitch Cocoon subscription and a Discord Cocoon subscription, that amounts to $10, so you get the same perks as if you just got the $10 tier. And I should warn people, because I realized with Palmathemus yesterday that I don't really... I try to say it, but don't quite say it clearly, which is that on Twitch there is no $3 tier. So the lowest tier on Twitch is Cocooned, and then tier 2 is Transformed. There is a tier 3, which is Ascended one, that's $25. I have never really fully figured out what I want to do with that, especially because no one has, done it. It's kind of that a cycle of I haven't figured out what to do with it, so no one's purchasing it, but no one's purchasing it, so I haven't done anything with it. But I was thinking of something like every 6 months, or maybe less, maybe like every 3 months, the prompt you submit wins. Like, instead of just the transformed perk of, oh, your prompt will go to the poll, your prompt will actually be the prompt, but it could not be something I could do every week. So it would have to be on some sort of a schedule. And then I could do something like you can submit 5 stories every week instead of 3. There's a little crack. I'm trying to figure out what else I wanted to do with that, but those are the main things I was thinking about. Hello, High Caliber. That is a cute name. Welcome. Double burrito powers. What does that mean? For the hype train. The hype train gives you burrito powers. Alrighty. So before we begin, so I did want to address, I was asking in the events chat, which I meant to ask days ago, but forgot, which is how much time people want to edit their stories for the Halloween contest to go in the book. And I totally feel for you guys who are struggling to write, and I'm sad to hear one of our most prolific folks is lacking some creative ambition this week. That does, I do feel for you for that. But I also will say that I was not really asking how are you guys feeling about your writing this week. I was trying to ask what is an objectively reasonable deadline. Because I don't want to say, finish it in a month if you guys are like, we absolutely cannot finish in a month, Kaylee. So that's kind of the thing. And the other thing is that, there's a lot of different... So, I have a different Secret Santa for a fandom that I man that I need to... I really should have been working on it this week, but I forgot. So I'm going to be working on pairing up those people this week. And then there's also the Christmas pairings that I need to work on as well, and that will probably be next week, and I have something to say about that too. So I have different Christmas things that I'm going to be working on, and then, when we actually hit December, I'll probably be getting busy just with Christmas stuff. And so, if you guys are please wait until January to do anything with Halloween books, I could do that. But if you guys are actually, we would really like these books for Christmas, then the deadline maybe needs to be earlier, maybe needs to be in a week or 2 instead of months. So I am willing to do different things. I just want to know, what you think is a reasonable deadline. I mean, I get that either you're I totally understand not knowing when you'll be done, but I feel like you guys should know what sounds reasonable to you, right? If I say, I'm giving you guys a month, hopefully that incites something in you. Hopefully you're able to go, that sounds reasonable, or Kaylee, that does not sound reasonable. And if you genuinely don't know, then I guess you can't answer my question, and I just need to create a deadline and hope it works. But that's kind of what I wanted to avoid. Like, I didn't want to just throw a deadline at you guys and have you guys be like, I can't do that. But if you guys don't know, that's what I have to do. So either tell me what sounds reasonable, or I'm picking something. Those are your options. Documancer says, I think a month and a half is reasonable in my opinion. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Alright. Oh, cocooned twice, burritoing a burrito. Gotcha. We were talking about that. Okay. Aw, that's sweet, Earth. I just opened up the not-so-private chat. Alrighty, room. I don't know. It's just edits, yeah? Not writing a whole thing. A month should be plenty. I mean, that is kind of... I guess that's also part of what the question is that... Yeah, that's part of why I wanted to ask as well, because some people, it's just like, I need to change a word here and there, and I'm done. And for those people, like, a week is probably fine. But for other people, they need to add whole scenes or completely rework scenes, or they want to. I mean, they don't necessarily need to, but they want to add new scenes or rework entire scenes, and a week is probably not enough time for that. So I guess if you guys want a month, I'd probably just be like, the deadline's in January. Is that what you guys are leaning towards? What's sounding the most reasonable to you? And then the other thing I was going to talk about is the Christmas pairings. So I realized, I think part of the problem is that the Halloween roll was making it so you couldn't see the event announcements, and I apologize about that. But so I will be hosting 2 Christmas events on the server, and they will kind of go together, which is that I'll be doing the write Christmas stories in your universe, but I will give you a word bank and another challenge, which we talked about before. And then there's also Christmas pairings thing, which is to write something together with another person. But I will be pairing you guys up. So it's not exactly a Secret Santa thing where you have someone you are making a gift secretly for and giving it to them. Rather, you are paired with someone, you both know you are paired with each other, and you decide what you want to make together. And you can combine the contests, or not contests, but you can combine the events and write something together for your universe. There's a lot of different options for that. Or you can write something totally different, or you can participate in both separately. Whatever you want to do, but just know that if you want to be a part of the pairings, you do need to sign up for that, and the sign up is in the events announcements? Event announcements, yes. Okay. Can somebody grab the link and like plomp it? Plonk it. Oh yeah, plonk is a great word, but plomp is nothing. Yeah, plomp it in the stream chat and or the other stream chat, or both stream chats. Alright. That's fair. Documancer, I've tried several times to work with partners and it always falls flat, so I might be more inclined to the word bank contest. That is fair. And yeah, you do not have to participate in both. I guess I'll also ask, because I think this will be kind of the last time to ask you all before it's time. What happens... what happens if I have an odd number? I totally did not think of that at all. Because when I do Secret Santas, I just basically either make one big circle or 2 big circles. Genuinely, I print out the signups and I make circles with them. And even if it's an odd number, like it still can wrap around, and so it's fine. But in this case, because it's like a pear and a pear and a partridge in the tree, then it actually needs to be an even number. So do you guys want to have a that phrasing was about to sound bad. Do you want to have 3 people paired up to make an innocent Christmas story? Or are you like, 3 sounds atrocious, I do not want to do that, figure something else out, Kaylee? I really should have made this a question on the sign up of like, if I can't find exact pairings, are you fine being with 2 other people? But now I think it's too late to add it in. Thank you for the links, you guys. Okie dokie. So, is that a meow?
Hi, it was a meow. Hello, kitty. You're cute. Hi. Oh, good day.
Okie dokie. Without further ado, it's time to let you know who will be being read today. Our list is Documancer, Lilladyeva. I prefer the term anti-hero, aka me. Marx, and then those are our guarantees. And then for our encores, we have Makokam, Decoy, Spectre, and Galler. So a couple things to note. So let's see. So you will notice that Hellenic is not there, even though Hellenic is one of the people who is eligible, and I used everyone who is eligible. So the reason is because, well, even though I quite liked Hellenic's story, and while I honestly want to have the kind of conversation it provokes, after talking to Hellenic and my council and contemplating it internally myself, I decided I didn't think that it would be best to have that conversation on the stream itself. However, it is a very good and very thought-provoking story, so if you have a moment, please go to the Discord, give it a read, give it a review. So that's why that one's not there. And then the other thing is, you'll notice that, Marx, Makokam, and Galler were all read last week for the Darkness is Coming, It's Me stream. And I had to use them because the only eligible stories who were not read last week were Documancer, Lilladyeva, me, Decoy, Spectre, and then Hellenic. And even with Hellenic, there's only 6, and without him, there's only 5. And so I was like, you know what? I am going to grab people who were read last week but did their reviews. And Death said, if you had done your reviews, you would have been in this lineup as well. So yeah, and then so the other thing is that I put the supporters first, that, like, if you're a supporter, you get to go at the front. However, if you guys want to request that you are put in the back, if you want Decoy and Spectre, who were just eligible for this week and weren't read last week, if you would like them to go ahead of you, you can request that and I can put you back down here. But because you are supporters, I put you higher because you are paying for perks, and so I am giving you perks unless you request otherwise. So yeah, but a benefit to being put over here is that if you don't want to be read this week because you weren't expecting to, then that doesn't guarantee that you will be read. and if you are not read this week, then you'll be eligible next week. And so that is the thing. So, and I think you guys knew it was a slow week because I did message the group and was like, Hey, I need some stories, I need some reviews, and I do really appreciate people did post stories and did post reviews, and I greatly appreciate that. Unfortunately, I still just needed some more. And let's see. Yeah, it didn't look like Gallery subscribed to me. If I got something wrong, let me know. And if he needs to be in the supporters, let me know. It was if I remember, it was a gift sub. So it was, based on the kindness of someone. So if somebody wants to be kind again and resubscribe him, it wouldn't apply to this week, but it would apply to next week. Like I said, I agree. I read over it and its comments very thought-provoking. Mark said, it's a really good story. I totally get why it might have been a bit heavy. I appreciate that. And hopefully Hellenic does too. Alrighty, Roo. So, yeah, without further ado. So, when I tried to move Documancer, because Documancer said that her internet is gonna be shoddy, and so I asked where she wants to be, and she said first or second. Word was being weird and wouldn't let me copy the comments over. It would only copy the story, so I couldn't move it. So she's first, even though she's down here. Alrighty. I feel, as per usual, I feel like I'm missing something, but I don't think I am. If I am, tell me what it is. Alrighty, room. You're Inhuman. Documancer. 350 words. Tess watched 3 semi-trucks and a sleeper bus circle the grounds. Her stomach flipped. Soon, she would leave Melissa, the town surrounded by lemon balm. Loading time, the ringmaster yelled, looking at Tess. Everyone loads, even newbies. Tess approached the games as a taller boy schmoozed another carny. His eyes shimmered with unnatural lighting. While Tess neared, he winked. With a zombie gaze, the carny grabbed a teddy bear the boy pointed out and offered it. He handed it to Tess. He reeked of magic. She tucked her hair and squeezed the bear. Her golden nail polish glowed under the setting sun. The boy smiled. You're Inhuman. You too. He chuckled. You smell that cedarwood? I thought it was piss. He shrugged and grabbed a box. Potato, tomato. Snatch a box and we can load. And she nodded, squishing the flesh between herself and a box she picked up. Lead the way. Jericho. You? Just Tess. Jericho led Tess beyond the games toward a tent the jugglers were putting away. While the folks tended the tent, a scrawny woman with a scowl marched by. Tess! She hollered. A familiar thump of her worker's boots smacked dirt. No. Tess! No. Teresa Anders, you better answer! Know her? Jericho asked. Sorta, Tess whispered. Want to get rid of her? Wait! He sauntered up to Beth. What? And Jericho's eyes shimmered silver, like moonlight dripping over a lake, and captivated Beth. Run on, little human, he purred. Walk all the way home. Yes, Beth slurred. Shell-shocked, Tess witnessed as the miasma of magic clouded Beth. The woman was horrid, but she didn't deserve exhaustion. Home is hours away. Don't humans exercise? Beth walked by, dazed. This is cruel! Stop whining. I did you a favor. With trembling lips, Tess freed Jericho and approached Beth with a hymn she enjoyed. Normally, her singing doused in silver, but an unfamiliar ochre coiled around her magic. She forced the hymn to drown out Jericho's enchantment. When it worked, Tess dropped her enchantment. Back in control, Beth threw a glare at Tess. Glossy with tears, Beth stomped away, whispering, Monsters. Throw up those moths and monsters. That is funny to say after that last line. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Sorry, I messed up in a couple places. Thank you for the cheers, Ghoulish and Magistrate Ironmon. What were you right about? I mean, knowledge of Teen Titans lore, but I don't trust Jericho. I was right! Nothing is better than being vindicated in real time. That's incredible. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Alrighty, Rue. Well, I am very happy to see the circus story continued. I believe I said last time how much I wanted to see a continuation. And I don't know if you continued it because of my request or just because you yourself wanted to do it, but regardless, I'm happy it happened. I'm very happy to see more in this universe, and I am now greedy for more. I'm like, alright, where's the next one? Now you answer. Yeah, so really excited to see Tessa's journey continue. So I will say that this is one of those stories where I overall absolutely love the story, what's going on here, what you're going for, but I do have quite a few smaller critiques. So, yeah, and I just realized I don't think I looked at your notes on this one. Let me see if you've got any of those. Yes, you did. Okay. You had some notes. Why are you clearing your throat in the events chat, Wolf? Are you notifying people what we were talking about? Both per your request, and I felt the inspiration for it. Gotcha. And now your internet is kicking in. Oh no. Okay, so Documancer said toastiness medium. Thank you, Death said, for the word count advice. One, did I nail the prompt or did I focus too much on silver tongue? 2, was the phrase you're inhuman clear or was it an obvious word count weaseling? 3, did the magic come in clear? I wanted to add a pungent scent to magic and magical folk that only other magical folk could smell, the cedar wood, or did that seem random? Was it clear that Jericho was using his magic to get a teddy bear from one of the game stands? And was his behavior clear/consistent? Well, for better or for worse, I think all of these are going to be addressed as I just talk about the thoughts I had about the story. Thank you for the cheer, Marx. But you guys feel free to answer any and all of them in the chat. Alrighty. So I do like the scene that is being set up here at the beginning that, I forget, because we were talking about this last time, weren't we? About her, like, loading the trucks or something. I'm not sure, but either way, I enjoy that, you know, seeing the beginnings of the day-to-day life of the circus. I do like the image of lemon balm and just the idea of a town smelling like lemon balm and that kind of being its main export or whatever. However, I also feel like that line, I don't know, kind of seems unrelated to anything, that we're giving this very specific bit of information that is not really important or related to anything else in the story, and so it kind of sticks out and feels like it might be better removed. I actually, this is a story I read to my dad, and I'm glad I did, because he pointed out a lot of things that I think I've mentioned before, that he tends to not remember the stories super well, and even if, like, because he did read the other circus story, but he did not remember the universe, but that was very helpful because it ended up pointing out things that could be confusing to people who don't know the universe that I did not catch. And so he was kind of unsure what the semi-trucks were about, what was going on, and then the lemon bomb just kind of added to that confusion. And so I think he made a good point about that, which is that I think just starting with this second paragraph might actually be better, because loading time, everyone loads, even newbies, is pretty much all the information we need to have. Like, both of these two first paragraphs are kind of telling us the same thing, but removing this paragraph would give you a lot of words and could potentially remove some confusion. And you could say, you know, loading time, the ringmaster yelled, walking between the trucks, looking at Tess. Everyone loads, even newbies. I think that could work. So this paragraph I have a few critiques for. When I first read this paragraph, I felt very lost as to what was going on. And I think a large part of what made me feel lost is because Tess approached the games as a taller boy schmoozed another carny kind of reads to me like, here's what's going on in the background. I'm walking up to the games, doing my own thing. Oh, there's this boy schmoozing a carny, walking forward, continuing onward. That's just a thing I saw. It isn't really introduced like, this is my focus. And I think that idea is exacerbated by the fact that the story is being introduced as, hello, we are loading up the circus, Tess is about to load. But the story really has nothing to do with anything being loaded. I like the setting, but I think that if you had started with, you know, just Tess is walking around the games and she sees the boy, I think that might eliminate that confusion. But even if you keep the beginning, I think that there could be ways to phrase this that would seem more like he's the focus. Like you could say something like, Tess stopped in front of a taller boy watching as he schmoozed a carny. Like even something like that shows he is where the focus is, not as a taller boy schmoozed a carny in the background kind of thing. And like, I thought that he was the ringmaster because I was so lost as to like that the taller boy is the focus of the first time I read it. And another thing about it that's kind of related is that everyone loads. Go load, Tess. Tess approached the games. And so either Tess is completely shirking her duties immediately after the ringmaster gave them, and he's like, load, Tess, and she's like, I'm gonna go play some games. Or those are her duties, and it's like she needs to pack up the games. In which case, I think saying, what did I say? Yeah, Tess, go load up the games, or Tess, help with the games. I think would work quite well because, like, she is a newbie and she might need some direction. And so for the ringmaster to be like, you know, or maybe he wouldn't say Tess, but loading time, newbie, you'll be packing up the games. I think something like that would work well to understand the transition there. The other thing about it is that it kind of reads like it's just the game set up and ready to be played, rather than we're packing up. There are no plushies out to be given because we're loading. The other thing about it is that I assumed, because they're loading up, and I assumed the circus was closed and that everyone who's here is a carny. And so saying, as the taller boy schmoozed another carny, another does imply he's a carny, he's schmoozing another carny. But it's kind of like, why would he be schmoozing his own people? Like, this is his home, this is his place. So why can't he just say, hey, can I give that bear to the newbie? Like, I feel like that would probably be fine. Or if he is just a random citizen, that feels odd in its own way because, again, I thought that the games were being packed up and that the circus would be closed. So why would there be a random citizen here? I understand why Beth is there because I could totally see her going under the caution tape, you know, not the caution tape, but, you know, skirting the rules to get in to find Tess. I could totally see her doing that. But yeah, this part just ends up reading as, the loading part seems to conflict with the game part, and I think there are multiple ways that you could fix that you could have it that you could take out the beginning entirely and just start with her walking amongst the games and they're all open and set up. You could have it that What was I thinking? Oh yeah, that he tells her, go load up the games, and maybe you could put some description in there about how they're being put away, but like not completely. I don't know if that would take too many words. But Tess approached the half loaded up games and watched as a taller boy schmoozed another carny. That could potentially work. So this sentence does provide quite a bit of confusion. The other confusion about this whole interaction is the fact that it seems like he's already there doing his thing before he even notices that Tess exists, before he sees that Tess is there. And yet the ultimate point of him schmoozing the other carny is that he gives her the teddy bear. And so it seems like it is all for her. And so it seems odd that she arrives to find him already doing the schmoozing, but yet the schmoozing is for her. So I feel like either she arrives and he's already schmoozing and it's something unrelated, or have it be, oh yeah, there's this taller boy who's talking to another carny. It's perfectly benign. And then she walks up and he winks and he's like, give me that teddy bear. I think that could work. However, I do like the image of his eyes shimmering. I do like the zombie gaze. The zombie gaze is a really good shortcut way to convey, hey, this guy is under a spell. He is not in control of what he's doing. And it only costs one word to convey a lot of helpful info. So I think that was great. I do really like that image of he reeked of magic, that it's not just, oh, you smell like magic. It's he reeked of it. And we're going to talk about that more in a second, but that word is so evocative and so negative that it's clear, like, something's wrong with this kid. That, like, it's not just, oh, he's a magical creature. It's like, something ain't right. So something is amiss. He is reeking. Homeboy is walking out here reeking. Something is wrong. Especially because, like, I know from the other story that she is magical, and so, and I know that she uses her magic for good, and she doesn't seem to view magic as all evil. And so then to use this negative and evocative word of he reeked from a magical person really tells you something's amiss, and I like that a lot. I do really like the rhyming of she tucked her hair and squeezed the bear. The cadence of it is great too. That kind of thing can be easy to mess up by having having the cadence not mirror, but the last words rhyme. And so the fact that it's tucked her hair, squeezed the bear, works super well. I like that a lot. I will say, though, the issue I have with that line is that, especially with this word reeked, it very much seems like, I'm very cautious of you. Something is amiss here. And, this whole thing of, like, the zombie gaze, even that is a rather negative word. And like, schmoozed is negative, too. And so I think you might have been intending to go for Tess being more curious, especially because she says you too here, and she's accepting the bear. So maybe you didn't want it to be negative. You wanted it to be more curious. If that was the case, I think the word choice is improper for that. I think, using, saying what I said before, of, like, she approached the games and saw a taller boy talking to another carny. So something benign, talking to him. His eyes shimmered with a natural lighting. When Tess neared, he winked. This would cost more words, but something like, the man went into a trance and the carny grabbed a teddy bear, or, You can even have it be that she's that it's not quite directly described that he went zombie, that you could just say the carney grabbed a teddy bear and offered it to Tess, so that even she is not, even though she knows kind of what's going on, she's not judging it. She's just going, oh, he handed him a teddy bear, and isn't saying, oh, zombie, you know? And then reeked is the big culprit. Because the thing is that what I love, like, this is what I talk about all the time, right? How my job is to get what you wanted to try to help you get what you wanted to get across. And I love the word reeked, and I love the impression it gives me. I love how evocative it is. But if it's not the emotion that you wanted to go for, then as good as that word is, it is the wrong word for what you were looking for. You could do, I think I wrote something down. I must not have moved it to the comments. Where is Documancer? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay, that's very simple, but the sweet scent of magic lingered on him. I think that could very much convey, that this is positive. And granted, it comes after this line here, but I thought it was piss is extremely adversarial. And so we're getting all these subtle clues that something's amiss. We don't trust this guy. And even just the fact that he's doing it in the first place gives us the impression of, he ain't to be trusted. And so then it reads odd that she's like, oh, thanks, and she's accepting the bear and not, because she could, like, you could say something like she eyed him suspiciously but took the bear, or she squinted at him but took the bear. I think that could work better, but the fact that she's doing this very flirty hair tuck and then squeezing it lovingly, those things make it seem like, oh, she's super into this. And all the clues are pointing to, don't be into this, and she's not into this, And then for the golden nail polish, so I do like the image. I do think it's very evocative. However, I do think it is, as I say in my comment, I do think it's weird either way. Because either this is a clue that she is magical, in which case it doesn't feel like the best clue, because any regular human can walk into a nail salon and get nail polish put on their nails, or buy gold nail polish from wherever you get nail polish, And so that doesn't feel like a very concrete clue that she's magical. And if it's not a clue that she's magical, then it just kind of seems like a setting detail that you're kind of wasting words on. That kind of, I don't know if I'd say it like takes you out of the story, but it's like, okay, her nails be fine, moving on, and feels like it might be better removed. The other thing about it for me personally that I think could have been just a me problem is the fact that from the other story, I got the impression that she was like 12 max. Because she was described as having this little pink backpack, which is very like little girlish to me. Not to say that like adults can't have little pink backpacks, they absolutely can. It just gave me the impression that that was just a clue in my mind of, aha, this is a child, this is a little girl. And then the fact that she was running away, I think I talked about it in the other story, also made me think little kid, like, oh yeah, little kids, they try to run away, like a lot of kids have the story of, oh, I tried to run away and I got 5 feet from the house and cried, that kind of thing. But I was kind of interpreting it that she actually did it, that she's a little kid wanting to run away, but she actually succeeded. And then the other thing is that, not a great clue, but the ringmaster calls her girl, and not like young lady, young woman, anything like that. You absolutely could still call a young lady girl, especially if you're wanting to be insulting or flippant. And granted, it's not always insulting. Sometimes it is like perfectly benign. But that again, like even though it's not a concrete clue, it was a clue to me, like this is a girl, this is a little girl. And so I thought, I think I said this before, that the max of where my brain went with all those clues was she is max 12, like she is max beneath a teenager. And I don't really think of little girls wearing gold nail polish, especially not like this. Like they might wear it, but it'll be plastered all over their fingers and look disgusting and not be like pretty glowing nails, you know, kind of thing. And so that immediately made me go from like, yeah, our adorable Tess little girl, to she is a woman. Like she is a woman with her coffin nails. And I don't think that's correct. I don't know, you know, what exactly you're going for. And what I was going to say is that maybe she totally is a teenager and I got the wrong impression. Maybe she's 16 and I just thought that she was a little kid. And I could totally see a 16-year-old wearing gold nail polish. Maybe Ragnar! Hi, Ragnar! It's so good to see you! Anyways. Either that or she's actually an adult, in which case I really did not get that impression from the other story. But anyway, so it feels like this detail was, not the best, even though it's a cool image and very evocative. No matter what you were going for, it feels like it was the wrong image. It feels like it might be better not included, unfortunately. And like, of course, people in the chat, you can say if you're like, I totally disagree with that. But anyways, and then we have your Inhuman thing. This is really interesting because I think it works fine. I don't think it's too awkward. But it is awkward. It is not really the way that I would see that phrased. I usually would see that phrased as you're not human. And I think that sounds a lot more natural. And I did have that thought where I was like, oh, she must have used Inhuman because it's one word instead of two. But the thing is that, like I said before, you can take out the first paragraph, you can take out the nail polish, and these things will give you plenty of words to add, two words, to add the, you're not, or I guess it's only one word, to add the you're not human. And I don't know if I'm totally correct in this, but, I don't know if you're I don't know if I'm correct in this, but I was trying to think, okay, why does it sound weird? And the only thing I came up with is that Inhuman is a negative. And so you're kind of expressing it in the way that you would express a positive, in the way that you would say, you're a siren. You're saying, you're inhuman. And so that's why it sounds more natural to just say it in the negative, to say, you're not human. I know what you're not. I don't know what you are, but I know what you're not. You're not human. And so Inhuman isn't a thing. It's a negative, right? It's not a... it's something someone is not, and so it sounds weird to express it like you're saying what their race is. And it almost saying you're an Inhuman, to convey that actually is the word for the race that is the word that people use in this world for people who are not human. They literally say, you're an Inhuman. I think that weirdly would sound better. But once again, that would add the one word, and that is what you were trying to avoid. So I could be wrong about that. You guys can weigh in if you're like, I think you're way off base on that. But yeah, so it's not too bad, but it also doesn't quite sound natural, is what I have to say about that. And then we have the cedarwood thing. And I hate the fact that I have so much to critique for this story, because I really, there are things I really liked about that, and I think I'm going to go over the, like, overall, overarching things that I liked about it, probably more at the end. But yeah. So you smell that cedarwood very much seems unrelated to anything. And I was like, do the trucks smell like cedar wood? Because I was thinking like, oh yeah, like circuses, they sometimes have like wooden cars. And then I looked back and I was like, no, it's semi-trucks in a sleeper bus. They're not made of wood. And so I'm like, what would smell like cedar wood? And like, the town smells like lemon, kind of thing. And then she's like, I thought it was piss. And once again, I feel very lost. I'm like, what do you mean you thought it was piss? Like, I don't know what cedar wood smells like, so I could be totally wrong, but I don't think of wood as smelling like piss. And so I'm like, what do you mean you thought it was piss? Like, honestly, the piss kind of is more natural for like, oh yeah, Johnny's over there pissing before loading time. You know, kind of sounds more natural to the setting. But I don't know what she's referring to, and the fact that she's talking about what he's referred to as cedarwood is very strange. And it could be her insulting him. I just saw Magistrate Ironlung says, cedar does not smell like piss. Good to know. So she could be trying to insult him, but I don't even know why he's bringing it up, and so I can't tell what the insult is. And after about 3 reads, only until this morning did I realize maybe it's the magic, that he reeks of magic and he's going, oh, you know that I'm inhuman because I smell like cedarwood. I like that, and seeing your note now, I think I was correct about that, but I think I like that idea, but I think the way it's brought up is awkward. I think if it was right next to, like, if she said he reeked of magic and immediately he's like, you smell the cedarwood, huh? Honestly, if you said, you smell my magic, and then she says, I thought it was piss, I think that would work better. It's just the fact that there is nothing to connect magic to cedarwood, so I'm like, are we carton cedars? Do we have cedars for the circus? Oh, Johnny's pissing. Don't make that a prompt. But anyway, so I, thinking that it's his magic, it probably is her trying to insult him and going like, well, like, he's like, oh, you smell my magic? Smells nice, huh? And she's like, you smell like piss, little buddy. Your magic does not smell good. I think that would, I do like that idea. It's just that I wasn't able to see the connection. And what was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh, yeah, that especially that interpretation of like, oh, you smell my magic? I thought I smelled piss. That's extremely adversarial. And so then that even more goes, why you being flirty and squeezing the bear tightly? Like, that doesn't make sense if you're about to say he smells like piss, Yeah. I was hoping somebody would put in the chat, prompt 220, oh, Johnny's pissing. Yeah. Anyway, so I like the idea behind it. I just don't think the execution worked, and I think that just having them introduce each other there would be more natural. I guess part of it is also like the fact that how was I gonna say it? I guess that, like, even though they're very close to each other, it doesn't read like this is the reasoning behind this, or I guess like the reasoning. Oh, there's the ad coming up, but I understand that she's going, oh, you're not human either, and he's going, oh, you smelled it on me. But I just think you smell that cedar wood is too broad of a statement. I think saying you smell my magic or you smell it, huh? You know, or like I'm trying to think if there's a way that you could put cedar wood in there and have it work, and struggling. I mean, I guess he could do something like, I do love the cedarwood scent of magic. You know, that I think that could work. Of course, it adds more words, but that could work as well. 2, 1. Okay, how how long are you gonna take to bring up the ad? It feels like whenever the ad comes up that it's like, welcome to the stage, the ad, and everybody's clapping. Is like, all right, ad, and then it takes like a full minute or two for them to actually walk on stage, and everyone's like, are they coming? I do have a kitty to show when you're ready, ad. There it is. All right. There's the little glowing fluff ball.
Yeah. You're so cute. Oh, I hear him purring. You hear?
You guys want to play the game or just enjoy the kitty lovin's?
Oh no. Don't fall.
Oh, he's so bright you can't even see him. Did we even finish the game last time? I feel like we left a sentence unfinished last time. If anybody finds it, grab it and pull it down.
Oh no. Don't be hacking into the mic.
Oh, you okay? Stopped purring now.
Oh no. Oh no, don't be hacking. Kitty cat.
You want out now? I petted you too much, now you want out?
Kitty kitty.
Hello, Norman. I can try to show the other cat. Oh, well, it's 10 seconds. Okay. That went by faster than usual. All right. Are we back? Are we back? Oh, yeah. Documancer, you... Oh, yeah. Okay, you are a Discord sub. Not a Twitch sub. Ad ended. Thank you very much. Okay, so continuing on. So I don't know if I'm being nitpicky with this one, but when I first read potato, tomato, I like had to stop for a minute and I was like, something's very wrong with what I just read. What's wrong with it? And then I went back over and I was like, oh, the problem is that it's potato, potato. Not, and like potato, potato, tomato, tomato, not potato, tomato, or potato, tomato. And it doesn't work horribly. Like, I get what you're going for, but I do think, I don't know if you can read my comments, but I do think just saying po-tay-to, and then po-tah-to, I think that would work better. And I don't think that would cost you 6 words, because on word counter, the dashes are not, like I was saying about zombie gaze, like word counter will count this as a single word, even though there's a dash between them. And so if you have potato, potato with the dashes, it'll just count as 2 words. But yeah, so not a huge deal, but something that when I first read it, I was like, what's wrong? It's like, I don't know what to relate it to. But anyways, oh yeah, he does say we can load. So yeah, he is a carny. He's not just a rando. This one I do think might be nitpicky, but I'll still say it. Part of the reason is because my dad also pointed it out, and I was like, okay, if you're pointing it out too, I guess I'll mention it. Which is that it does feel odd, especially after what I already talked about why is she happy about the plush? Why is she saying he smells like piss, but squeezing the plush that he gave her happily, you know? And then this too seems like she's valuing it so much that she doesn't even want to put it down. And that seems very, very awkward. I don't see a plush in here, but I have a lot of them. Hang on, I could try and grab one. Now I need a box, though. Okay, what are you? You are a box. Okay, yeah. So like I've got my plush, and I'm do I need to put it on just the camera? I've got my plush, and it's like, I guess it's a little less awkward than I thought when the box is this small, but especially if the box is big, it's like, I gotta make sure. Clicked on something. But you kind of have to like go no hands for a second to grab the box and squish it. So like it's kind of an awkward motion in general. Thanks. Yep, it does look like we did not finish that word game. Glad you like it, Aerith. Prompt proposal, potato communication, amazing. So it's a very small thing. It's not really a huge deal, especially because I sort of disproved myself by doing it okay just now. But I think the bigger issue with it is more that idea that, why does she care about the plushie so much? It kind of like, it feels, especially because like loading is her job right now. She's going to be loading lots of boxes. This is not just like one box that she's picking up. It feels like set the plushie down and then do your work and then come back and get it. Or put the plushie on top of the box and lift the box up or something like that. Not like be so protective of it that like you do your duties all plushie style, you know. Plushies, is this what you want? Plushie style, the new dance style. You have to balance a plushie on your chest. This one also is rather nitpicky, but because he just said his first name, she doesn't need to have that just in there. I know why it's there, because I read the other story, and so I was like, yeah, like she doesn't want to be called by her last name, and so she specifically says just Tess. But my dad did not remember the other story, and so he was like, why is she saying just Tess? And so I do think that if he said, like, Jericho and then his last name, then she says just Tess. I think that would match a bit better. And you wouldn't even have to use an extra word for it, because you could say Jericho last name, just Tess, and that would work perfectly fine.
You walk back in. Kitty. Kitty Bitty, come here. Silly cat. Silly cat. Oh, there you go. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah. Now I want to snuggle you. We're snuggling a plushie. And now we gotta snuggle the plush kitty.
I don't really want to do it because I don't want to like hurt him, but that would be the real challenge, to try to pick up a box while you're holding a cat. And this is another thing that's certainly nitpicky that honestly I did not even recognize for multiple reads, but it would give you extra words. Which is that Jericho led Tess beyond the gates toward a tent the jugglers were putting away. While the folks tended the tent, a scrawny woman with a scowl marched by. It does feel a little bit odd to say something very specific and then go general. It would be more natural to go where folks were putting away a tent. They looked to be jugglers. That would work a little bit better. But there's also the sense of people put a tent away. People put a tent away. And so I think just saying, Jericho led Tess beyond the gates toward the tent the jugglers were putting away. A scrawny woman with a scowl marched by. I think that works perfectly well.
Baby, you're the one who wanted in. Kitty. Yeah, come here. Come here. Kitty cat. You're so silly.
Yes. I do that sometimes.
Baby. Fine, you can go. If you must.
What is that from? The Krusty Jugglers gif. I do really like how Beth is described that she's a scrawny woman with a scowl and the familiar thump for worker's boots. Those are great descriptions and already gives me this like impression of this very strict, rigid, thumping booted person. That's very cool. I like that a lot. Gotcha. Wolf says, only the greatest movie ever, Hot Fuzz. Alright. But so I didn't really ping the nose at first, and this is, as I said, this is one of the reasons I was, it's helpful that my dad doesn't always remember the stories, because he was like, I don't understand why she's thinking no. I don't know why that's there. It doesn't feel like enough information. And actually, it went deeper than that he actually had no idea that Beth was her foster mother / mother. And so, funnily enough, even though I myself didn't run across that critique because I already knew who she was, I neglected to realize on my own, yeah, this story actually has the same problem as the last story, which is that it is in no way specified that she is her foster mother. And yes, we do have the Teresa Anders, you better answer, which I think is a really good clue. Like, this is something a parent says. However, it is not clear what their relationship is, why she's horrid, why Tess is saying no. And I think there are ways that you could make that work. That I think you could say, instead of the no's, that, like, Tess, she hollered, the familiar thump of her worker's boots smacked dirt. Tess rubbed the bruises on her arm. Tess, and like that sort of thing, I think would be like, oh, I understand why she's horrid, you know, that kind of thing. You could also have some line like, I don't know exactly where this would fit, but just ideas. Some line about people who join the circus are usually running away from something. All the carnies knew this. I think would be a clue that, like, oh, she's running away from this person. Because that, I mean, it does say in the first paragraph of, like, soon she would leave, but this could also just be a neutral statement, especially because lemon balm sounds good. And so it's like, okay, I'm leaving home. And, like, her stomach flipping can be, that could be excitement, but it also could be nervousness. And so, and it could be both, genuinely, but this is not enough to tell us she's running away. And so I think if you had some line in there about how she is running away, either in her head or is a part of the narration or something like that, I think that could also be a good clue. Again, it wouldn't, foster mother is something so specific, as we learned last time, that it's hard, at least for me, to get all the way to foster. I can get to mother, but foster is more difficult to get to, and so that is something that might require being said directly. But yeah. Oh yeah, and then the other thing about it is that so the fact that she's here and walked hours or drove hours to get here does kind of convey that maybe she knows that Tess is indeed here. But this is a question, and so it does kind of seem like, Tess, are you here? And this continues to be a question. It continues to be, Tess, like, are you here somewhere? And then she goes, we don't have any indication in the middle of she saw her, yet she switches from, hey, Tess, are you actually here? To, Teresa Anders, you better answer. Which is kind of a weird thing to say if she doesn't even know if she's in the room, you know? And so I think saying, Tess, ? Tess, ! Like, I have seen her, spotted. And then, Teresa Anders, you better answer. I think that that would work better. I do like the sorta Tess whispered, especially her whispering. I think that very much conveys the emotion of what's going on here, that she's like almost afraid to even mention any sort of relation, and maybe even afraid that if she mentions it, she will have to go home with her. And it's so simple and small, but I think that conveys the emotion very well. I have some mixed feelings about the fact that she doesn't get to answer, because on the one hand, it really shows how nefarious Jericho is, that he's like, you want to get rid of her? And doesn't even need to wait to hear the answer to start doing it. And so on the one hand, I like that, and I think that works well. On the other hand, it does feel a little bit odd that she doesn't actually answer, and yet he does it at the same time. So if your intention was to show, yeah, he didn't care, he just wanted to do it, then it works really well. If that was not your intention, maybe having her answer would be better. Or having her take longer to answer. Nitpicky, but this was another thing that I didn't even ping, but my dad pointed out, which is that Beth's name was not mentioned earlier, and since we don't know her relationship to her, I do think saying, you know, A scrawny woman with a scowl marched by. Tess Beth Hollard. I think that could be a better time to introduce it, potentially. I do really like the description. I can totally imagine this, and I can imagine the captivatingness of it the same way you are captivated by moonlight and by moonlight reflected in a lake. So I do really like that description. I really like the word purred here. I can totally imagine that, and I like this too, especially because it's kind of a riff on like this little piggy went like all the way home, that kind of thing. And so I like that a lot, that he's kind of infantilizing her even with his very phrasing. I like Beth slurred. That is a great word for that. As for this line here, so I really like what you're going for here, that you're showing Tess's character, that Tess does not like these people. She wants to get away from these people, yet she doesn't want them to be hurt in the process. And I really like that. I really like that insight into her character. It makes her very endearing. This is something I only realized after a couple reads, but something else I really like about it is that Tess walked all the way here. that like if the other story in her backpack, granted maybe she found a bus or something, but I don't remember us getting any indication either way. And so if she walked all the way here, then she knows how exhausting that walk is. And not only is she saying like, I care about this person and I don't like this person, but I don't want them to be harmed. She's also going, I just went through that. That sucked. And as much as I hate this person, I don't want them to have to go through what I just went through. And that's extra powerful. That's even more powerful than just, I don't want them hurt. So I do really like that. But I also think that the phrasing is awkward. Because horrid and exhaustion are very much not on the same level. And so it seems like drawing the line at exhaustion is a very low bar. And even just saying, the woman is horrid, but she didn't deserve that. Even that sounds a bit better than exhaustion. Another aspect of it is that horrid automatically implies that you do think she deserves it, especially something so small as exhaustion. And so, yeah, like, she's horrid. How dare we make her walk 10 miles? That kind of thing is like, that doesn't seem like it's in the right proportion. I think that, let's see. Oh, did I not write something down? I had an idea for that. Did I write it on my phone? Oh, so this isn't exactly what I was thinking of, but she didn't like her, but she didn't deserve exhaustion. That also would work. So I think either upping the end of the sentence, and even just making it more vague, ups it, saying the woman was horrid, but she didn't deserve that, creates a more balanced comparison. Or lowering horrid to, Tess didn't like her, but she didn't deserve exhaustion, I think would work better. Or, just not using that comparative phrasing at all and saying, I guess it's hard to get away from because you do want to convey, like, I do not like this person, but they don't deserve this thing, But yeah, so I think there are ways to get around that. And then this too is a little bit awkward as well, which is that he looks human and they seem to be surrounded by humans. And so it feels odd for him to treat humans like they're a totally different species that I have no interaction with and I have no idea if they exercise. It doesn't feel like the life he would live. And even if he exercises, he's human enough that it seems like he can answer that question. And so I think just making it more specific to Beth and saying, well, hopefully she exercises. You know, home is hours away. Well, hopefully she exercises, I think would sound more natural, would work better. I do really like their back and forth, though, that she's like, it's hours away. Like, okay, I hope she exercises. This is cruel. I did you a favor. Like, I really like that back and forth.
Kitty.
I'm not sure what Tess freed Jericho is about. It seems like Beth is the one she's trying to free.
Kitty, now you want out?
I do really like seeing Tess use her magic again and seeing her use it in a new way. And I like her picking a song that Beth enjoys. It's not, I mean, maybe that's how it has to work, but it's not just like a random song. Like, she cares about Beth enough to pick a song to remember a song that Beth enjoys and to use it here, which is really cool. I like that a lot. I do really like the imagery of her singing doused in silver. I especially like that verb, doused. But an unfamiliar ochre coiled around her magic. I especially like the way that sounds, using the word ochre has this great cadence to it, and coiled, is kind of an onomatopoeia. And so I do really like that idea of their magic is fighting each other and like coiling around each other in color. I think that's super cool. Unfortunately, I do have a critique for that too, though, which is the fact that if this is meant to be his magic, that, her singing is doused in silver, but she fights against the unfamiliar ochre so that her silver wins, then I don't think that works very well, because you described his magic as silver. And yes, you might literally have just been saying his eyes are silver, but even if it was the eyes you were going for, it is still, while he is doing his magic, it is still this very beautiful metaphorical description. And so it reads like this is his magic. His magic is being described with silver language. And so then to say, oh, actually, no, her magic is silver and his is ochre, that doesn't quite follow. I think it would work super well if you described it as ochre here, or if hers was not silver, and then that would work as well. But the fact that it's like, his magic is silver, no, her magic is silver, and it's fighting against his. So silver on silver, no, silver on ochre, doesn't really fit. But like I said, overall, I do really like this paragraph. I love your imagery here. Just that unfortunate little aspect. And then I do like the ending as well. But I also have critique for that too, which is that I thought that she came here to collect Tess. It's like, you are the foster mother who's like, how dare she run away? Let's go get her. And so it seems odd that she is completely in control. Back in control. And when she's in control, she does not do what she wants. She does not do what she came here for. And granted, I can understand it being like, maybe she feels ganged up on it. It's like, oh, I could have dealt with Tess alone, but not with two magical creatures. But I think it has a lot to do with her being in control, that it's like she... Considering how, I don't know a lot about Beth, but considering how she seems to be described and how much she seems to be disliked by Beth, I would think she would still try. That she would still, like, grab Tess's ear and try to drag her away from the circus. And, maybe Jericho would really have to do something then. And it's too many words. It's too much to add to the scene. But if you make a longer version of this scene, that would be really cool. If Beth grabs her ear and then Jericho actually has to save her, and Jericho could be like, "You happy I did it now?" And reluctantly Tess is like, "I am happy he did that," kind of thing. And the other thing about it is that if she thinks Tess is a monster and hates that she's magical, why did she come to collect her at all? If she doesn't like her being what she is, why isn't she just like, good riddance, sayonara, you know? Kind of thing. Why did she come in the first place? But nonetheless, I do like the emotional beats and cadence of that ending, and that whispered hatred and stuff. I think that is great. So to talk a little bit more about like the overall stuff, like I do really like what is going on with this scene. I think I said with the last one, I love circus stories and circus vibes, so that alone gets the story points. But I like this image of, hey, she's new to the circus and she's finding out, maybe the circus isn't all glitz and glam. Maybe there are some people who are willing to do nefarious things to get what they want. I like that, especially because he's around her age, that seemingly, maybe he's not, I kind of assumed that. So like somebody is in some ways very similar to her, but does not have the same good heart that she does. And maybe she's finding out, the place I left kind of sucked, but there's things that suck about this place too. And I like that a lot. I do like how magic has a smell, and that she, as another magical creature, can smell it. I think that's fantastic. I do like her, insulting him about it and stuff like that. I like their interactions of his like silky smooth attitude and magic, and her kind of being both curious and antagonistic, and like, I'm excited to be here, but I'm not really excited about what you're doing. And I really like the fact that she stands up for herself, and she's not just standing up for herself, she is standing up for a person she doesn't like. That takes so much courage and character that it's not just, like, it would be one thing if an innocent was being harmed and Tess was like, I'm gonna help this person. But the fact that it's like, this is the person she's actively trying to get away from, she doesn't like them. The fact that she stands up and fights and doesn't just, kowtow to him is really cool, and very, is like, yeah, go Tess. I like that a lot. I like the way you describe Beth. I like the way Beth talks. I like but don't like the way that Beth talks. I think you wrote her well, even though it's like, I'm seeing the dislike. I'm starting to see it. I like, Jericho kind of taking over and everything. I like the way you describe the magic, even though I had critiques about it, like very beautiful descriptions of the magic that, shimmering, like your verbs are fantastic. Shimmer, doused, coiled. Oh, those are so good. And I like the whole interaction and stuff, and I really like the, intensity of this piece, that it kind of starts with some motion, like the motion of, everybody's packing up. And then, we have that mysterious but bad vibes of Jericho, which kind of already introduces like some stakes, or what was the word I was going to use? Like these 350 word stories can be difficult to draw the audience in really fast, but I think the fact that you're like, oh, it's bad juju right away. I think that that really draws the reader in, and is like, ooh, what's gonna happen with this bad juju? And I think that makes the fact that she stands up for herself even more powerful, that like the stakes and the drama and the problem has been introduced, and she fights back against it with flying colors. both with her words and with her magic, which is really cool. And showing that magic can be good, and stuff like that. Really cool, like that a lot. So yeah, like I absolutely love the scene and everything you're going for. I do have a lot of critiques for the the intricacies of the execution of that scene. But I love the scene and the story, and would love to see this continued. And I'm very curious to see in the future if Jericho, if like he's actually like ultimately a good dude that she becomes friends with, or if it's like he's a bad dude I need to stay away from, or if it's a little bit of both, that it's like he ain't great but he's not the worst, and like I have to hang out with him because I work with him, kind of thing. Oh, it'd be interesting if they have to do like a circus act together, and like she kind of hates him and they have to work out their relationship. That'd be really interesting. Welcome, Mellow and Tears. Welcome. Have I been talking about this one for 2 hours again, or did I talk a long time in my intro? Because that's kind of wild. If I did this with both the circus stories, I did not mean to go for this long on the first story. I guess I need to remember that when you write a circus story, it's like, all right, block out 2 hours, Kaylee. Welcome, BTR writer, if you are still here. Era says, great exploration of what Inhuman means, and Tess and Jericho's different uses of power and the morality of their use of power. Oh, that's a good point. Because people do use the word inhuman to mean that's inhuman. Or if you do something horrible, then people will say, you're inhuman, as kind of an insult. And I don't think that's how he meant it, especially because he's the one who introduces it. That is an interesting idea, that he is acting inhumanely. He is acting inhuman in the insult way. Very curious. Thank you for the cheer, Marx. Don't know if I thanked you before. P.S. The piss comment, when people smell cedarwood, they say it might smell like cat piss. Interesting. Okay. So maybe that just isn't something I knew. Melissa's another name for lemon balm, which is why I kept it there. I'll reconsider it. Gotcha. I mean, you could do, like, soon she would leave the town surrounded by a lemon balm. I still don't think it's really necessary. I still think it, because it's not related to anything, and because she wants to leave, like, this is not meant to be a positive town that she is sad to go from. I think that removing it for the short story would still improve it. Encore 1 is a go. Wonderful. Thank you so much, everybody. Starting with the loading time makes sense. I was trying to set the mindset of anxiety and excitement Tess had to in the beginning, leaving everything that she knows. Gotcha. Yeah, I think the issue, like, I like that, and I like what you're going for. I think it's just the fact that there's a lot more depth there that you need to convey that isn't conveyed, because it's a lot more about she's running away. The important part to the readers, especially new readers, is not she's excited and nervous. The important part is we need the information that she's running away. And so I think that's the issue. I was trying to convey they were putting the games away with too little context, so I could probably modify it. Gotcha. Oh yeah, I think I could modify the line. It's supposed to show his power and what his morale is about. Not sure what you're referring to there. See, I almost made a joke about how magic must smell like urine due to the reek line and the piss line. Documancer says, in another short story, I'm planning on elaborating on the reeking of magic. Whenever a being of magical element smells magic, it smells disgusting, but it's telling that it doesn't stench to Jericho. Interesting. Well, that makes me extra curious, because that kind of does imply that magic is inherently a bad thing if magical creatures think it smells bad. Because you'd think that magical creatures would be like, this smells good, and maybe normal humans would be like, ugh, what is that weird smell on that guy? Kind of thing. And so Why is it something that would inherently, to magical creatures, smell bad? That's very curious. It turns out ammonia is the most common magical reagent. Oh, I thought you were saying... I started reading that and I thought you were going to say, like, oh, people treat, like, cedarwood with ammonia, and so that's why it smells like piss. But no, you're making a joke. Oh, gosh. That's kind of funny. Gooch says, this means mustard gas is magic. I'm joking, don't make mustard gas. I've been talking for, like, the last 3 streams about Black Butler's Green Witch arc. That is very related to that arc. Everybody go read that arc. You have to now. I mentioned it 3 times. He definitely isn't to be trusted. I lost words, but she didn't bring any of her stuffed animals, and she's getting one. It's meant to be a bittersweet thing, I guess. I see. Yeah, I think the issue is that the things you're going for are fantastic. Like, that's part of why I fell in love with this story and this universe, is that I love the depth of emotion and things you're going for. But that also can get you into trouble in these short stories, because it, like, that idea of, like, oh, she ran away from home, so she didn't bring any stuffed animals, and so she doesn't trust Jericho, but this is really sweet that she's getting this stuffed animal. That's a lot to convey, and you may just have to take one of those things out for it to work. And so, potentially doing what I said before about, as much as I love it being a bittersweet thing, it ended up confusing me and not being conveyed. And so just conveying, she squints, like, even she squints but takes it, that could still work ultimately for your goal of it's bittersweet, and she does take it, she does want it, but she's sus, but she's suspicious. That, I think that would work. It's just the fact that it's not stated anywhere, that bittersweetness, the fact that, she didn't get to bring any and she's happy about that. Like, if you were able to put that in and have it be, you could have that line of, like, she didn't trust this boy, but she didn't get to bring any stuffed animals when she left, so she tucked her hair and squeezed the bear. That kind of thing would work. It's just the issue of, we don't have enough information, especially those who haven't read the other story, don't have enough information to get the intricacy and beauty of that idea, that bittersweetness to getting this plushie. And so either explaining it or removing that idea, I think, would improve it in the short story version. She is 12-ish. I'm thinking nail polish wouldn't be strange for a 12-year-old girl. Gotcha. So I feel like that's something for the chat to answer, because I feel like I'm... Documancer says, it's not weird. I'm saying it is weird, so we need more input. Is it weird, folks? My cousins and I would crack open makeup and nail polish for my grandma when I was 12, and she was 3 years younger. We were meticulous. Okay, I was about to say, well, yeah, but didn't you, like, slather it everywhere? But you're saying you were meticulous about it. Interesting. Middle school is definitely when girls start experimenting with stuff like that. Gotcha. Arachnar, I'm alive, distant but still kicking. I am glad to hear you are alive. I was told I was underdeveloped because I cared more about stuffed animals in video games too at the age of 12, and that I should stop watching cartoons. Culture differences? I'm really sorry that you were told that. That is terrible. I feel like I don't know exactly what you're saying there, but, like, adults absolutely can have and enjoy stuffed animals, video games, cartoons, and guess what? I have and enjoy all of those things. And I'm in my 20s, and so, like, you should see the other room. It is, like, wall-to-wall stuffed animals. But when I went to go get one, I had my pick. So, like, when I say that, like, I thought this was a little girl, that is not me saying, oh, it's wrong for adults or teenagers to have stuffed animals in pink backpacks and stuff like that. Absolutely not. It's just the fact that generally you see little kids having like pink backpacks and stuffed animals and stuff like that more than adults. And that is not me trying to pass judgment on adults who do enjoy those things. And absolutely the opposite. Like, I would like to champion adults who do those things and embrace their, I don't know, more childish sides. Like, I think that is awesome, and people should be more free to do that. And I hated, feeling like I don't know that I was called names or anything, but I also felt that pressure of I shouldn't be watching this cartoon, or I shouldn't like this thing, that's childish. And so, like, I'm very much for, like, no, it's not. Enjoy your thing. So I just want to be abundantly clear that I am not trying to say that you are underdeveloped for liking those things, or that anyone is underdeveloped for liking those things at older than 12. It just is that usually this is the context in which I see these things, and so it felt like a clue to her age when we don't get her actual age. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, good point. Animation is a medium in which people express themselves. It doesn't have an innate demographic. Exactly. I mean, hey, there's anime that children absolutely should not be watching, and that is animated, Oh my gosh. Like, that's extra horrible if, like, do you mean that actually? That, like, your family actually hurt you because you liked these things? Like, that goes to a whole new level. I'm really, really, really sorry to hear that, and I hope that you're able to get away from that environment. You're Inhuman. You're not. You're an Inhuman might work better. I'd have to tweak around. Very fair. Yeah, so Cedar, that was Magistrate Ironlung saying, Cedar does not smell like piss, and Mako says, Cedar is too popular a scent. And granted, I did have a cedar tree in my backyard in Washington for, what would that be? Like, almost, like, either the first 20 years of my life or almost the first 20 years of my life. So, and it smelled wonderful. I never walked outside and was like, ew, piss, I also have cats and have smelled cat piss. That tree did not smell like the litter box. But that's not to say that I have seen, like, that's kind of why what I thought Mako was saying, oh, like, cedarwood is treated with something that makes it smell like cat piss. Like, I could definitely see that, where it's like, oh, the tree smells great, but, like, once you make, like, a chair out of it, people treat it with something that makes it smell like cat piss. I could see that, but I don't have enough experience with the world of treating wood that, so I don't know, I did some Googling and some people said it smelled like cat piss. Gotcha. And it is referring to the magic. Ragnar says, smells a very particular sense. Some people have a very strong reaction to it, and disagreements on what is pleasurable or not is very common. Gasoline being a prime example. Oh, interesting that, like, some people think gasoline smells good and some think it smells awful. That is interesting, because, like, I could see both sides to that, yeah. Cedarwood magic, yeah, I thought that was missing the correlations, like, context. She tucked her hair back anxiously, not flirty. One of my anxiety tics is to play with my hair to self-soothe. Okay. So that one, that's an interesting one, because it's not the playing with her hair that's flirty, it's the very specific motion. And granted, I do that too. I kind of do, like, tuck my hair nervously as well. But, and I'm sure you've seen me, like, playing with my hair a ton in these streams. Like, it is kind of my nervous tick. But generally, if it's something nervous, I see that more as described as, like, she twisted a lock of hair, around her finger, or she ran her hand through her hair. I mean, that could be flirty too, but it's a little less so. But it's the specific motion of tucking the hair that this is generally, I think, a very flirty gesture. So I think if you had just said, she played with her hair, or she ran her hand through her hair, or twirled her hair around her finger, maybe those would seem less flirty and more nervous. I'm trying to think what, because like even just saying that, I'm like, oh, would I interpret a hair twirl as like, thanks, as a flirty thing. So I'm trying to think what you could do that's like, this is clearly nervous, not flirty. And I'm not quite sure. So folks in the chat, please weigh in. Did you read the hair tuck as flirty? And especially if you did, what would be a hair motion that could not be misinterpreted, a nervous hair motion that could not be misinterpreted as flirty? I was wondering how the dash stood out in potato communication. I do love that. Yeah, like, I think people might use different word counters when they put their word count in the title. Use word count, wordcounter like .com or .net, I forget which one it is. It's the one that's in the submission rules. Use that one because it is the most forgiving, and it is the one I will use. Like, I don't really check the stories, but if I ever am like, this feels like it's more than 350 words, and I want to go check it, that is the site I will use. And so, because I will be using the most forgiving site if I ever need to check you, like, feel free to use the most forgiving site to do your word counts. Pomado. That could work. Potato pomado. Well, I don't know. Because one of the things I was going to say there is, like, I don't know if you're trying to riff on it and like, do something more silly on the idiom. I don't know if doing something like potato pomado, like, maybe that would have worked as like, silly twist better than this. I'm not sure. Incredible. Mentioned it before, but I didn't have the word economy. She didn't bring any other stuffies with her, only a Walkman and some clothes. Yeah, so that is one thing that maybe the removing that first paragraph could help you with, and or removing the nail polish, that maybe could give you enough words to convey the plushie stuff. Easy, hold the plushie under your chin or in your mouth. You can do that, but again, it's just the question of, like, if it was one box that she needed to load up, then I would have been like, okay, fine, yeah, she puts the plushie under her chin. Oh, this one's hard. And then has her hands free. But the fact that she has just in the beginning of the story been told it's loading time. Why does that make me think it's Morbin time? It's loading time. Seems like she is going to be loading a lot. That she should not be, especially if he's like, yeah, even newbies. If people were going easy on the newbies, it would be like, okay, here you go, Tess, do your one box, you're good. But the fact that they're not going easy on the newbies feels like, yeah, she's gonna need to pick up a lot more boxes than one, which is part of why it feels like she should put the plushie down. It's like, she's gonna be doing a lot. Yeah, so getting a plush, even in Mal means, is still a bittersweet gesture. Gotcha, that does make sense. English says, simpler answer, put the plushie in the backpack. Documancer, backpack is brimming at the seams. That's fair. Would there be like a carabiner on the backpack that she could like hook it to or something? But yeah, I think you're talking about the plushie ghoulish. But I don't know that as a reader unless I'm forgetting something. Exactly. That I really love the idea. It's not conveyed that it's a bittersweet thing, as is. Douglas, that makes sense. Beth, I could probably fit it somewhere. Jericho and Beth, it's meant to show how much he didn't care. That makes sense. Maybe just me. Purred makes me uncomfortable. It has this seduction connotation in it, and it feels icky. I mean, that's kind of, maybe I didn't go so far as seduction, but that is kind of the vibes I was getting of just like, it's this very nefarious, like, run along home, sweetness, like that kind of thing. And so if she's like significantly older than him, then maybe there's something icky there. But he does kind of, I don't know what he is, but he does kind of read like an incubus who can, use his words well. So that's the reason the word made you feel icky is I guess why I thought it worked. Yeah, it should make the reader uncomfortable. You are succeeding, yeah. Thank you for the cheer, Hellenic. Ghoulish walking 10 miles. Humans max out at 2 miles per hour, so that's 5 hours at least. Oh, dang, I just picked a random number. Thought humans averaged 3 or 4 miles per hour. I could be wrong. Yeah, walking speed. Maybe I used the wrong word, but when I think of exhaustion, I think more than just tired. I mean, like, your body is at 0%. Well, I guess where is that? I guess the issue is that, like, yes, that actually is what it conveys, is that it's not just tired, but, like, exhausted, you're not okay. But horrid, honestly, is still worse than your body is at 0%, you're exhausted. Like, horrid is, like, I don't know for sure if Beth is an abuser, but that word is amply used if she is an abuser. 'Cause abuse is horrid. And abuse is way worse than being super duper duper tired. Even exhaustion of, like, your body's at 0%, not comparable to horrid. not comparable to abuse, and so that's kind of the thing. She came here to collect us, but she hates magical creatures. Control in the sense she is no longer under the spell. Too many words. No, I did get that she's no longer under the spell. That is kind of the point, is like, if she was even still a little bit more under the spell, then it would make more sense to me. It's like, okay, she's turning around because she still has a little bit of the spell in her. But it's like, she's totally in control, and her goal was to get Tess, yet she's not using that control to get her goal. And so that was kind of the question. But that is kind of, and maybe you're going to mention it, but that's kind of what I was saying, right? It's like, if she hates magical creatures, why did she come to collect her in the first place? Why isn't it good riddance, Yeah, like Petunia from Harry Potter, Beth went to try to put some reason into Tess because she's in it for the money, but being mind-controlled isn't worth it, and now there are 2 of them. Gotcha. Okay. I did not realize that, like, I guess I don't know a lot about fostering, so I didn't realize that she would get money for that. So that's interesting. Gotcha. Interesting. I think it's amicable of someone to protect someone innocent, but I think character shows about someone who stands up for someone who doesn't deserve it, but they stick to their principle. Totally agree, yeah. Gotcha. Interesting. Apparently there's a manga that's similar but different. This feels like a safer work version of that. Gotcha. Yeah, we are doing Reader Lit. We read 350 word microfiction for a prompt each week. Yeah, it's still the first story. It is. I'm glad that the other stories didn't have as much for me to talk about, and I hope I don't eat my words. I hope that the other stories go by a little bit faster. The sound is off. Uh-oh. I didn't even start reading until like an hour after the start. Oh boy. Yikes. Yes, that is the prompt this week. Yes. You didn't start the stream until almost half past, and you talked about group stuff for another half hour, so you've been on this for just under an hour. Okay, that does make me feel better. What? What happened? Hello, Bitzer. Welcome, welcome. Not sure exactly. I just saw a plushie avalanche ensues, yeah. Coolish, despite having a sister, I didn't pay attention to when she started painting her nails. Gotcha. Oh yeah, there is a C.S. Lewis quote about like growing up and stuff. It's been so long. There's another ad break. Cedar's very nice. I think cedar wood is different, though. Not a scent expert to subscribe to one, or at least a scent nerd. Gotcha. Fiddled with her hair. Yeah, that could potentially work, you know. Where is that? Go back. She fiddled with her hair and squeezed the bear. Yeah, that might work better. I googled it and got that cedarwood smells a woody scent with an undertone of citrus. Gotcha. And that tomato's a nightshade. What happened? Foster families get money from the state to cover the cost of raising the child. Gotcha. And sounds fine for you. Gotcha. Hit the M while not selecting the box and it muted the stream. Gotcha. It's not the playing with the hair that's flirty or not. It's what the rest of the body face is doing. Yeah, that does make sense. That it is partially the squeezing the plush that makes it seem flirty. That if she was like, even if you said, she side-eyed him and tucked her hair behind her ear. You know, she glared at him and tucked her hair behind your ear. Then that would indeed be more like nervous or like, kind of thing. The ad is here, but I think I'm just gonna finish reading them during the ad because we are way behind. I sent that message like 20 minutes ago, so you're 80 minutes now. Gotcha. What's the holy moly about? Ever look away while doing it? I don't know that fixes the problem, because if you were like, she looked away and tucked her hair, that would seem flirty to me, like that kind of thing. And then Wolf says, when I was the C.S. Lewis quote, when I was 10, I read fairy tales in secret, and would have been ashamed if I had been found doing so. Now that I am 50, I read them openly. When I became a man, I put away childish things, including the fear of childishness and the desire to be very grown up. Yes.
Kitty. Come here, cat.
Could you guys hear the sound he made? But yes, exactly. Really good quote, very true quote, and true to my life as well. That, yeah, like, well, I don't know if it was at 10, but when I was younger, it was like, oh, I feel ashamed, I'm watching this show, and now I'm like, all right, guys, we're watching this. we're watching this cartoon, kind of thing. Avoiding eye contact is not flirty. Maybe I'm wrong, though, and people have flirted with me more than I realize. I want to hear more opinions on this, because, like, I thought that could totally be a flirty thing of, like, hi, how are you? Kind of thing, where you're so enamored with them you can't even look them in the eye, kind of thing. Or looking down shyly, like, hi, that kind of thing. But I don't have a lot of experience with flirt. I don't really, I may have been flirted with before, but I really don't have any experience flirting or being flirted with, so I could absolutely be wrong. Meow. Hello, Jelly G. Who are you?
Hi, kitty. Why do you walk in and then immediately want out? I am going to keep the door closed for a little bit and see if you settle down, because you keep doing this to me. Actually, you can't have the table now. Your sister your sister got down. So the table is open for business. Yes, it is.
My cat is actually responding. Awesome.
Oh, baby. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, baby.
You're not the one who usually steps on the keys. Baby. Yes, the classic realizing 20 years later she was into me moment. I have many of those. Very fair. I think Ghoulish said it's usually the opposite, or it might vary. The opposite of which one? The opposite of looking away, or the opposite of looking at someone? Is the ad done? Are we ready to move on? So many energy drink commercials. I don't need any more caffeine. You've already got me in your pocket, energy drinks. I don't need more. Alright, thank you, Aerith. Okay. It is very much time to move on, but this is a lovely story. It has been a lovely discussion. I hope that you have enjoyed it and found it helpful and not hurtful. I'm excited for the next installment of Tess's journey. What will you call this universe? Okay. Confession. A little lady Eva. 350 words. Detective Montoya was the best detective in the precinct. She was great at wheedling out a confession from even the wiliest of suspects. She did it by letting them talk with no interruption and give their side of the story. She would then go through and question everything until their story was so full of holes that it was obvious as a lie. Then she would sweet-talk them into taking a deal. Whether the deal was good or not did not matter to Montoya. All that mattered to her was that it was another solved case on her record. This case was difficult. There was a man in the interrogation room accused of murdering his wife, and he was not talking. Not just not confessing. He was not talking at all. He just stared straight past Montoya, looking at the wall behind her. She was not even sure he was hearing her. "Sir, if you would please just tell me what happened in your own words, we can make this go away. I just need you to tell me something," she pleaded. He did not give a response. Montoya sighed. She was much more used to people trying to prove their innocence. This stonewalling made her usual methods of interrogation moot. It was time for a change of tact. "All right, sir, if you won't tell me what happened, I will have to make assumptions. And since you aren't talking, my version will be what we go with." The man just stared straight ahead, unmoving. "Your wife was having an affair because of just how inadequate you are, not just in the bedroom, but as a person as well." She could see the man's face redden. She was getting a reaction. She continued. "This pissed you off. You could not stand being so emasculated, especially if she left you. You would be a loser. So you snuck out of work early and came home and waited for her in the closet, and—" "That's not how I did it!" the man shouted. Montoya smiled. She had him. "Then enlighten me."
Kitty.
Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheers to the story if you loved it. Actually doesn't drink energy drinks. Oh, so coffee then. Eye contact is pretty standard for flirting. Gotcha. Mako, the siren of the circus. I like that a lot. That's really good. Alrighty, Rue. Well, I liked this story as well. I thought it was very good. So this was honestly one of my favorite uses of the prompt, and I feel like in a lot of cases I like when people are going wackier and wilder directions with the prompt, but this one I kind of liked for just doing something very simple with the prompt that made it come through so clearly. I guess maybe it's because the prompt is very complex in and of itself. And so having the story that is inspired by the prompt, like, use it in a very simple and straightforward way works quite well. A circus siren, yep, that could work. Dude cracked a tortilla chip. What are you talking about? Oh, do you mean dude crack like a tortilla chip? Thank you for the cheer, Mako. The siren and the circus, making the circus itself a character interacting on the stage of the story. Yeah, that totally works as well. So yeah, we really like the use of the prompt for sure. I like your setup. It feels like so simple, but I'm also like, why don't all detectives do this? Or like, why doesn't everybody crack? That sounds great, you know. So I like the setup for that. I think that's well done, and I like the fact that, like, she can talk her way into getting a confession from everybody, but this guy is not saying a dang thing, and so that works very well. Let's see. And then I like her using the fact that people want to defend themselves and their innocence against them. And feels very true to probably what... I mean, I guess it kind of depends, which is something we'll talk about, but... Well, I guess I'll talk about that now, which is that on the one hand, I feel like that totally makes sense that a lot of people are eager to prove their innocence, and she can use that against them. On the other hand, it feels weird that this is seemingly the first time she's encountered this problem, because it feels like a lot of people would just remain silent. Excuse me, especially because there's that thing of, like, I won't talk to anybody until I have my lawyer, you know? I feel like she could run into that a lot. And so that seems like maybe she's not been on as many cases as the beginning would lead us to believe if this is the first time she's encountering this. And so that is a question. And then another thing, which is kind of what Mako was talking about, is that I'm really curious to hear what the chat thinks, which is, did it feel like he cracked really fast? Because not only does he start talking, he immediately confesses. Because saying, that's not how I did it, is saying that he did it. And so... Did that work for you? Were you like, yeah, like he was goldenly silent, but her silver tongue got it out of him anyways? Or were you like, I didn't really like how fast that went, that didn't feel realistic, that sort of thing? I feel like I can kind of see both sides. It didn't bother me too bad the first time I read it, but I also can understand that, and I do feel like him saying, that's not what happened, would work better, because that could mean that he did it, or it could just mean, like, no, that's not what happened, I didn't do it, you know, that could work as well, but either way, she does still have him because he's talking. The goal wasn't, I mean, the ultimate goal is to get a confession, but the first goal is just to get him to talk, and so I feel like ending with him talking but not confessing might feel like a better progression and might feel like he's not cracking so fast. Another option could be that you could have just had him stay silent and have it be like, he's the one guy she could never crack. I don't know if that would feel like the story doesn't really have a climax if he never cracks, but that could be something interesting to consider. Another thing you could consider to potentially help with that is you could have it be that there's some other officer who is interrogating this guy, and then he is like, oh, we gotta get Montoya. And so the story starts with Montoya walking up and this other police officer being like, yeah, I've been trying to interrogate him for an hour, and he hasn't said a dang word. We need your help. And she'll be like, I can do this. I'll get a confession out of him. Don't you worry. And then she goes in and she does it. So that would add more time. And so instead of it feeling like he's only been silent for a little bit and then cracks, it would feel more like, oh yeah, for at least an hour or however much time you specify, he's been interrogated. And so it's kind of like the other police officer has been trying the pickle jar, and then she is the one who opens the pickle jar, kind of thing. That might feel better. And if you did that, it could feel like it could feel, you could give more of her being a silver tongue, that if she is coming in after this other police officer, maybe you could add more lines of her being a silver tongue. But I don't think that, like I said, I like the use of the prompt, so I don't think that the silver tongue use of the prompt was bad or poorly done at all. It's just a potential option if you did decide to go a different direction. Real quick, another thing I'll say about Documancer's story that I forgot to say above is that...
Cat. Are you going to stay? Come here, come here, come here. Cat. Baby.
One thing I really liked about Documancer's story is that a lot of us ran into this issue where, so I remember, like, on the end of the last stream, Eddie was saying, like, I love this prompt, but I don't know how to write silver-tongued characters. And I think a lot of us ran into that issue of, like, and I will summarize the silver-tongued part for you now. It very much feels like, I think a lot of us can write silver-tongued characters and have in the past. And, like, if you pulled up one of the past stories and asked me, oh, is this character, like, being a silver-tongue here? Are their words silver-tongued? I would be like, yeah, they are. But it's kind of, it feels like this thing of, like, you can't do it on command. That the minute that we're asked to write a silver-tongued character, we're like, what a daunting task. I can't do that. And I was like, I was one of them. I did have 2 stories of the people actually talking and 2 stories where I summarized it. So I am not exempt from this at all. So that is something I really appreciated about Documancer's story, is that you actually did have the silver-tongued in the story, that you had the actual words and they weren't summarized, which I think is great. And granted, you did have the benefit of magic, but I did feel like he was this very, like, silky, silver-tongued character. And this one has, like, a little bit of both, that she does talk. She is saying, you know, like, oh, if you tell me in your own words, we can make this go away, like that kind of thing. But then we also have the summary at the beginning. So, anyways, kind of a side note. But anyways, and I do really like that. I kind of was talking about this in the intro. I like seeing a character who's used to being able to use their silver tongue be forced to use a different tack, or, you know, think outside the box. And I think this story has elements of that, and I do like that. Let's see here. I'm a little unsure about this line, because on the one hand, I get it that she is, like, slandering she is slandering him as a person to get a rise out of him. Like, the thing that she wants is a reaction. She wants him to react strongly enough to talk. And so, in a way, like, going after him as a person works for that. But at the same time, this felt a little odd for a detective to say to me, that she's kind of making this ad hominem argument of, like, she's not just saying what potentially could have happened, but saying it wrong. She's saying, like, you suck, dude. And, like, I don't know, it feels a little bit strange, but not too bad. And, like, I feel like his face would only redden if she's completely right. Because if she, and granted, I don't know, but I feel like if she's not right, he'd be like, excuse me? Like, you don't know me, lady. Even if he said nothing, like, you feel more like he would raise an eyebrow and be like, that the best you got? Really? That sort of thing. And then there's a similar thing going on here as well. And I think I talked about one thing I didn't talk about the ending, which is actually, like, when I first read this, my biggest and almost only critique.
Cat. There you go. Come here. Good boy. Oh, is it Bella you're mad about?
Bella took his chair. I don't know if you can see him over there. I think that might be what he's mad about, and why he won't stay, is because she took his chair. Bo, is that the problem? You can sit on the other chair. Oh, cats, you guys are silly.
Aw. Yeah.
He got on the other chair.
Yes. You can be on that chair. That works just fine. Oh my goodness, you're silly.
Yeah. No, I want my chair. Exactly. It's my throne. Going here. So, Antoya smiled. She had him. Usually you say that phrase of like, she had him, if somebody says something that's incriminating, but not a confession. If it's like they say something and it's like, oh, you just slipped up there, buddy. Like, they don't even know that they slipped up, but they did, kind of thing. And that's part of why I think just having him talk but not confess would work better, because that's what this phrase would be used for. It's like, that's not what happened. Like, she had him because he talked, kind of thing. But the fact that, like, he confessed makes this phrase not really work, because it's like, you're done. Like, it's not that you have him, it's like you can walk out. Like, you have, I mean, maybe not walk out totally, but you have the confession. And so, technically, yes, like, you have him. That is true. It's just not really how that phrase is used. And so it seems like kind of stating the obvious. It seems like, hold on. It almost kind of reads like, that's not how I did it. Montoya smiled. She'd get a confession out of him in no time, then enlighten me. And it's like, what do you mean she'd get a confession out of him in no time? You have your confession. That kind of thing. Bro is cooked. Yeah, exactly. But anyways, I really like your detective story. I like your use of the prompt. Yeah. I enjoyed it. And I think I was right that took a lot less time to discuss, which is helpful, but it does not mean that your story is any less enjoyable, that we were talking about it less long. It is good, and we don't get a lot of detective stories, as I mentioned in the Halloween contest, so I thought that was fun too. Okay, now we are going on to my own story. So if you guys have anything as I'm reading that sticks out to you, to praise or critique, please do so. Right. A Little Girl Scorned. The Ballad of the Monsters. Kronos. I prefer the term antihero. 347 words. Kronos thought she was mad before, when he decided he had to imprison her on this world. And that was nothing to what he's looking at now. Her dress is torn and stained, her bows undone, sad excuses for beauty and childishness unraveling through silver strands. She looks like she's clawed her way out of time to get back to him. She looks like a clock that's trying to keep ticking, but has forgotten the rhythm. Everything out of place, out of sync. Her eyes twitch, her fingers tick, her words throb. You think you're untouchable. The words are like a wrench in the works, the gears protesting. The little girl made of forevers and nows. Even when she's cruel, she thinks she's being kind. Everyone else thinks it makes her pitiful, makes her worth pitying. He thinks it makes her mad, makes her worth imprisoning. You think you're a god, she spits. A statue of gold. No flesh, no blood. You don't think you're human like the rest of us. I am far more than human. A laugh, high, cracking and cruel. No, you are human. At the end of this godforsaken eternal day, you're just a man. Her unblinking silver eyes set into swords. And I will show you. What do you think you can do to me? His golden irises waver. Still that trembling god. Her steps clicking irregularly. You were so afraid of me. You needed a whole world to lock me up. Even that couldn't hold me. The question is, Her whole head ticks, her eyes wide and mad, her words a twisted whisper.
What do you think I can do to you?
His attempt to scoff it off turns dry in his throat, and his hands twitch. And she sings like a corrupted lullaby. I know how to break you. She rushes and grabs his arms, gripped like vice and insanity, a grin twisting her face even further, staring into his eyes, the silver of hers wild and liquid, mercury.
When you get to Earth and you can't leave, you tell them I sent you.
Throw up those moths and monsters and cheer for this story if you loved it. There are some stories where it feels like weird to stop because of where it ends, and that's definitely one of them. So I had a lot of trouble. Like, I always struggle to figure out of the stories I write which one. Well, generally, I think last time it wasn't as hard. Well, I guess last time I wrote two that were too long, so I only had one choice. I generally have trouble deciding which story of mine I want to vote to potentially go, mark to potentially go to the stream. But this week was especially hard because I had two stories that I personally meant more to me personally. I liked them more personally, but I felt like they had a lot more potential to be confusing, and then I had two other stories which I think were a lot more self-contained and were so much easier to understand if you don't know my universe. And I think I've talked about this before, that when I pick which story of mine goes to the stream, I tend to try to pick the story that I have the most questions about. I try to pick the story that actually might have more problems because that provides more to discuss on the stream. And I went against, in some ways, I went against my usual instincts with this story, because even though it is in that confusing camp, and I do want to talk about that, I mostly honestly picked it because the way that she talks, there's this very specific image I had for how she is saying these lines that I wanted to voice out loud. And I was like, if there's any that I want to have an audio recorded version of this story out there, it would be this one out of the four. And so that's honestly, that was the ultimate deciding factor, even though I think I had the least questions about this one. But I do have questions about it, and I wrote down some more in the actual comments for once. So hopefully we can have a decent discussion about it still. So this story is really interesting, because I wrote the initial stories about Kronos and Kairos and Moirai years ago, and I wrote Sacred Geometry, I think, was a 2021 story / prompt, and that's the first one where I addressed the stuff. And then I think I wrote another one or two that year, and then I think I wrote Magic Won't Save You, that one in 2022 or 2023, and stuff, and so this is kind of the conclusion of the original Sacred Geometry story, where because Kronos is super mad at Kairos for messing up the timeline, which is what that story is about. And so, and I think Kronos is not supposed to be the most likable character of mine. And he might be the most hateable of my characters. And so I of course want this to be very satisfying, that it's finally she was able to stick it to him, but I don't know if there's anything satisfying about it, because the initial story was 3 or 4 years ago. So I guess that's kind of my first question is if you did first of all, did any of you remember the other Kronos stories? If you did you find this satisfying? If you did not read any of my other Kronos stories, were you confused, not just unsatisfied, but confused And I guess that is kind of its own question of, was this story confusing? Were you like, what the heck is going on here? I don't understand why anybody is doing anything. And if so, how could I have fixed that? What was wrong? What questions did you have that I should have answered better? Kind of thing. And yeah, so like I did kind of start to draft this story a while ago, and I was like, I want to put the story of, Kairos sending him to Earth. I need to post it at some point. But I couldn't figure out what prompt to do it for. And then like Silver Tongues and Golden Silence kept coming up, and I was like, I'm all golden imagery for Kronos, and I'm all silver imagery for Kairos. Maybe this works. So I was really excited. About that. And that I could do that. Though the funny thing is that since I initially started drafting this story a while ago, how this scene works changed. So I actually wrote a prequel to this story this week, which I think it was called Behind Every Silver Lining is a Cloud. And so I posted the initial version of the story that I had wanted to for a while. But I also posted the new something, I don't know for sure, how it will go in the actual book. But something approximating what it might be like in the new canon of the universe and stuff. But anyways, and then I don't know if I should explain all that or not. But questions. So was anything confusing? If so, could I fix it? What questions do you have that I ought to have answered? And then I guess my questions are mostly general of what were your favorite lines? Did you like it? What were your other questions? But I did have some more questions when I was looking at this again here. So I added this in when he had decided to imprison her on this world. I tried to give you some context, and with that, but did that help or not? Either it helped to give needed context, it was neutral and didn't do anything, or maybe it hindered your ability to understand the story. This is also your best, me saying this world is your best clue that this world is not Earth. But I also get that this world could mean Earth, so that I could see that being a hindrance as well. But and that is a question I have for the story at the end here. When I say Earth, are you like, what do you mean? Aren't you on Earth? Or are you like, ooh, well that's interesting to know we're not on Earth. Oh, and I guess another question I have is I picked this story so I could read it out loud. What did you think of my reading? Did you think it was cool? Did you think it was chilling? Did was it what I wanted, kind of thing. What's this? Oh, yeah, okay. Did this image work? I liked this image of she's kind of tweaking. She's twitching all over the place, but I liked the idea of I'm kind of using weird words. Usually you wouldn't think of words as throbbing. You'd almost think of words twitching or ticking might work better for words, but that's exactly why I picked throb kind of thing. Did that work, or were you what the heck is going on? And then I also considered doing just the little girl made of now, because she is the personification of the moment, of presentary time. And so I think the reason I initially put forevers in there, because she's immortal, and so she is around forever, but she also is now, kind of thing. So I'm curious if you would have preferred the little girl made of now, if that would have been more poetic or more descriptive. Did this paragraph work, or were you what the heck is going on here? Who are these people? Why is she cruel? That kind of thing. I was really torn about this, because I really like the cadence of everyone else thinks it makes her pitiful, makes her worth pitying. And so it's kind of this adjective verb. This adjective is causing the verb. And I wanted to mirror that. I wanted to do something very similar. And I would have liked to do the same thing of like the adjective of the word and then the verb of the word, and it's the same word. But I couldn't figure out what word to use. So originally it was, he thinks it makes her mad, makes her dangerous, makes her worth imprisoning. I felt like just sticking to mad imprisoning mirrored the phrasing better, and mad can have that, especially for someone like Kronos who ain't a great dude. Him thinking, oh, mad equals asylum, like that kind of thing. I felt like that connection might work. But I'm curious I'm curious if you have any ideas to do more of what I initially wanted, of like adjective word, verb word, it's the same word, to mirror the pitiful pitying thing. And then I am curious, I had a complex idea for this line that I'm not certain came through, which is this idea of he thinks he's a god. He thinks he is fearless and has everything under control, but he is terrified of this little girl. And so that's kind of what this idea is like, you like, even if you are a god, you are a trembling god kind of thing, of like, his eyes are wavering. He is afraid. And so if he's a god, he's a trembling one, that kind of thing. So I'm curious if that works. I'm also curious if her whole head ticks properly conveyed, like, the question is, what do you think I can do to you? Like that kind of thing. Or her whole head cocks to the side, but it's this very jarring motion. Or if you were like, what the heck is going on? I'm also curious if this gives you needed context or gives you too much context. Like that's always where we're talking about with universe stories of, like, you need to give people enough context to understand, but not so much context that they're asking the wrong questions and are confused. And I feel like this is a story where I potentially could have failed at that, that balance, that I could have potentially not given you the context where you needed it and given you too much where you didn't need it. What is that true? And if so, is there a way I could have fixed it? Could I, is there something else I could have said? Are there things I should have taken out? This was different before. I'm trying to remember what it was, before I changed it. I feel like I'd have to go get my other computer to know, because I'm blanking on it, but I do know the whole thing was different. Oh, I remember. The I know how to break you was earlier. It was the, I know how to break you. I know the one thing that could break you. And so kind of conveying like him going to Earth is like the one thing that he dreads more than anything. It's the one thing that's going to break him. That kind of thing. But I did kind of like the mirroring of like, instead of what do you think you can do to me? And she's like, I gonna break you. It's like, what do you think you can do to me? You just sent me to an entire world that was a prison, all for me. Even that couldn't hold me. Yeah, the question isn't what I can do. The question is what you think I can do, Why are you afraid of me? That kind of thing. And I am curious if it was nice and creepy. I did really like this description, but I also fear I did too much with it. So let me know if you're like, I think it should have just been this part, kind of thing. So I did realize only last night, as I was doing my practice, that I might have made a grave error by including this line of "you tell them," because "you tell them" is not silent. And so I really liked this scene for this prompt, because like Kairos is surrounded in silver imagery and Kronos is surrounded in gold imagery. And and I was like, ooh, yeah, and like she is doing all this talking, so she is the silver tongue, and she is silencing him. She is sending him to Earth, sending him away from her, sending him where he can't argue back, kind of thing. So he is the golden silence. But I also, instead of ending with like him basically being silenced, I end with her saying, "Tell them something," and so I'm nervous that ruined my prompt use. I was also considering having her like cut him off, that he could be like, "I am far more than," no, you are human. Like I totally could have done that, and now I'm kind of wishing I had to make my prompt use clear. I did have the like his attempt to scoff turns dry in his throat, but I don't feel like that's nearly enough of a prompt use. So I am curious. I am curious if you guys were like, actually, I think the prompt worked well. And there is an element of like the whole story is kind of meant to be her being like, "Shut up, I'm talking," shut up, like every time he tries to talk, even if she doesn't explicitly cut off his words. But I am curious if that works. I'm curious what you thought of my prompt use, if you left the story kind of going, I think all you have of the prompt is just the silver and gold imagery. I don't feel like the tongues and silence are there. Or if you were like, no, I totally feel like that's there, kind of thing. And then, I did ask this in the notes, but did you like the story? Did you like the writing and my imagery? Did you like the reading? What parts of it did you like? That kind of thing. Okay, let's see what folks have been saying. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish, if I didn't say so before. Aerith says, "I like where it ended." I'm glad to hear that. I think Aerith might have left, but if you are still here, let me know what you liked about it. Ghoulish, well, this makes me view August differently. Yep. It was a very, so in the TTRPG that I'm playing, that Wolf is also a part of, I play Kronos. I play a different version of Kronos, the City of Mist version of Kronos, rather than the canon version of him. But it is the same character. And so, yeah, like, it was a very interesting choice, because I was gonna pick a different character of mine, but the DM liked the idea of time powers, and I was like, okay, I'm nervous about playing him, but I'll do my best. But I'm actually really enjoying playing him. I think you mean Moirai. Was this Moirai or a different character? Because my mind is going into hypothetical mode. Moirai is a different character. That is a common confusion that I want to figure out a way to fix, but don't know how to. So Kairos is the personification of the moment, of the present, and Moirai, so Kairos is the present, and she is just a different personification from Kronos. They're counterparts. They are both personifications of time, but they personify different aspects of time. So that makes them counterparts. Moirai is Kronos' biological daughter, and she is the personification of fate. And he does have that daughter in that time that he spends on Earth. So she is a different character. August is Kronos, just from a different version. Mark says, "I did absolutely love that reading, especially for her way of talking." I'm very glad to hear that. Oh no, you're confusing Aerith. Yeah, the August is Kronos. Moirai is not Moira, but Moirai is a different character from Kairos. Yeah, he is a grump for sure. I feel like he's more than a grump in some ways. Ghoulish says, "It feels more sad than satisfying." That's interesting. I would be curious to hear more about that. Era says, I kind of want to see her throwing Kronos into his prison world. I vaguely remember the other Kronos stories and did find it satisfying for the most part. That's good to know. Well, I mean, I don't want to go like too much into it, but that is kind of the thing, is that he, like, at least in the new canon, that he actually does go into the prison world for specific reasons, and like they throw him out. Like, him being in the prison world wouldn't be great, but would probably be better for him than Earth. I mean, I guess that's something to think about in more depth. But yeah. I don't know what I just said. Mark says, I think it's easier to grasp that she was trapped and clawed her way out for revenge, and that's pretty satisfying. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I totally misinterpreted the first line and thought the point of view was a lady called Kronos who thought she was mad before but had grown up more insane and angry after being locked up by him. That's interesting. Yeah, I could totally see that misinterpretation. That makes sense. Mark's big fan of what do you think I can do to you? Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. DK says, I think that this world is helpful. I thought of it as a Greek myth sci-fi melange. It kind of is. That's kind of accurate. He's like an hourglass. It's ticking like a clock. I don't know if that's a lyric to something. Throbbing feels more organic. Yeah, exactly. Eris says, I really liked the performance of the reading, especially Kairos' mad speaking lines. Very glad to hear that. Go on, give me some ideas. I don't know what you're referring to. Oh no, Eris says, I'm sorry, but unfortunately I think I'm getting an unrelated migraine that is making me nauseous. I'll be back in a bit. I must step away. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. I mean, I guess that's a different question. Ghoulish says, pity the pitied who's pitifully pitiable. You might just be making a joke, but I guess that is another question of, like, I liked the pitiful and pitying, but did it read like that? Did it just read as, like, she's so pitiful and worth pitying, and it, like, wasn't powerful? Mark says, I think I would have enjoyed her cutting him off. Good to know. This is my monologue. You shush. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Kairos has silver hair. Moirai doesn't. Yep. I mean, maybe in the break I can try and find the pickaroos I've made of them. Yes, that is correct. Kronos has white hair and golden eyes. Kairos has silver hair and silver eyes. And Moirai has white hair and golden eyes as well. The lyrics from Paramore's Misery Business. Gotcha. Okay, what's over here? Gotcha. Sorry for suddenly disappearing. Trees and mountains don't like streaming. I had to hop off Twitch. That is fair. At any rate, thank you for all the comments. In my opinion, I still gotta work on portraying character ages better. This has happened a few other stories now. Oh, interesting. I didn't remember that, but that is curious. Imagine trees and mountains hunting someone because they're watching a Twitch stream. You're just like driving through the mountains listening to Twitch, and then all of a sudden a tree is running after you. The stream is upset tree bird, yes. Boy. Alright, but thank you all for your comments. Really I appreciate your appreciation. And I honestly, like, I don't know, like, how to ask these questions, but I would be really curious if anyone is willing for you guys to read the prequel and let me know if you're like, oh, this prequel's super helpful, or if you're like, I'm more confused than ever, or what do you think after reading the other one. That's the new canon, the new canon prequel. Tree is rapidly approaching your location. Amazing. Oh, wrong one. Let us go on to Marx's story. Learn your rules. You'd better learn your rules. Corrupted Desire by Marx. 344 words. I've never seen the appeal of friends. I may allow people to think we are. Their idiocy in believing such a thing can have some very entertaining results. But I don't have friends. I have... Oh, come now, Alexandros! Maximus playfully slaps my back, trying to get me to dance with the pounding music at the festival. You're so quiet tonight! Why, usually you're as verbose as I. I hide my smirk and gesture nearby. There's Faye here. I choose my words carefully, just in case I'm overheard. They make me nervous. Maximus looks over and sees them before he throws his head back into a raucous laugh. What's this? Alexandros? The Alexandros? Shy about women, of all things? I grit my teeth every time Maximus says my name out loud. At least the fool doesn't know it all. Sure enough, his braggadocious behavior draws one of the Fae. She is rather beautiful, as all Fae tend to be, but I am not fooled. Maximus, on the other hand... Such grace, such elegance! I am smitten, enslaved by even being allowed to behold one such as you, my dear. Maximus purrs, taking the Fae's hand and giving it a kiss. Enslaved, you say? The Fae replies with a giggle. And who might I have the honor of allowing to behold me? I am Maximus Inigo Ortega, at your service, O beauteous one. He now has her full attention. He thinks that's a good thing. She doesn't even acknowledge me. You may call me Magnolia, she says, flashing him a wide grin. Would you like a drink? I'd love one. Thank you for your generosity, my dearest Magnolia, says Maximus, winking back at me as he lets her lead him away. Let's recap. He implied that he was enslaved to a Fae, gave her his full name, thanked her, and will soon imbibe Fae drink. I sincerely doubt I will ever see Maximus again after this night. I chuckle as I leave the festival. I don't have friends. I have toys. Sometimes I'll be generous and share them. Throw those moths and monsters cheer for the story if you loved it. Yes. Last time we saw Alex at a party, he ate everyone. Very accurate, very accurate description. It was really interesting to have, I think this is like the next Alex story, to have them both be like in the past, and both be at parties, but to very different results. Thank you, Marx. Really appreciate that. I haven't seen that. Yeah, almost everyone is savage. Last time on Marx Halsey. Yeah, you don't usually want Alex at your party. Very true. I don't want Alex around me anywhere. I don't care if it's at a store or at a party. I don't want him near me. Hype train incoming! Yay! Thank you for the cheers, Ghoulish and Magistrate Iron Lung. Alright. Let's look at Marx's note. Toast medium questions. I know what you're thinking. If you're familiar with my world, an Alex story, a first-person Alex story with no content warning, I'm with you. Grab one of every animal and head for the border because the end must surely be nigh. As for the actual questions, though, 1, how well did the story flow? Did it make sense? 2, did I need to actually spell out the consequences of the plethora of Fae taboos Max broke? Or is the implication that Alex will never see him again enough? 3, speaking of which, was the recap jarring? 4, Max is an incubus, a much younger incubus than Alex, but that's one of the reasons Max sees Alex as an equal, when most characters do not. I felt like him being an incubus wasn't overly important to the story, though it might explain his cockiness, because he thinks he's the hunter in this situation. Do you think I made the right choice of leaving it out? 5, did you like the bookend of the I don't have friends line that's finished at the end? So feel free to answer any and all of those questions, everybody. So I will note that I did review this story, so I will probably be either going over what I said in my review or not have a whole lot to say about this one. But yeah, I will do my best. Oh, I'm glad that you are back, Aerith. Welcome back. All right, but yes, this is a very good story. I was very shocked that it was an Alex story with no content warning, and that it actually almost made me laugh out loud by the end of just all the wild things that Max is doing. So I thought this was great. I really liked your use of the prompt. And I feel like you have a couple of uses in there as well, which is one use of Silver Tongue. Well, like, I think Alex is both the Silver Tongues and Golden Silence in the fact that he chooses his words carefully so he can be clever in how he uses his tongue. I'm sure he can be clever in other ways. Hello, second, third Lotus. Welcome. Or 2/3 Lotus. 2/3 Lotus. Have I been saying second, third Lotus the whole time? Anyways. So yeah, like, when Alex does speak, he's being very careful about his words, but he is also being silent at any point he can, and so he's also the Golden Silence. And then for Max thinks he's being silver-tongued and wooing this lady, but actually, silence would have been better. Silence would have been golden. So I really like your use of the prompt. I think you did a great job with it. And I like the Fae story. I don't feel like we get a whole lot of Fae stories, and just having it played straight, that somebody just goes right into the Fae's hands, is really fun. I think it works really well. I think it is a great little tale. Beginning very accurate to Alex, not surprised. That's kind of what he's thinking about. I was surprised that he was around this dude. We'll come back to that when we go to your questions. Yes, yeah. I am curious if everybody at the festival, if they're all demons and fae, and that's why he ain't eating anybody, that he just likes to eat humans, but not fae and demons. Though granted, I absolutely would not put it past Alex to eat anybody, really. I don't feel like he would discriminate based on race. I feel like he would be fine being a cannibal and eating other demon kind. But I don't know. Only you can answer. So this line's really interesting to me because I remember the last story with Alex, you were like, I thought about like using older language, but I decided not to. And this time, you're as verbose as I. Sounds like older language. And I just think Alex will absolutely eat anyone. Amazing. Amazing and horrible. Anyway, so I kind of liked that because I was like, oh hey, you went for the like older way of saying things, and so I thought that was kind of fun. However, the rest of the story actually doesn't have anything like that sticks out as old in that way. Like he just Maximus, you could see it that way, but I think that it just kind of sounds like he himself is very verbose. That he's just. Because I could totally see someone, like, joking that way in modern day and, like, going up to someone and being like, such grace, such elegance, I am smitten, enslaved, you know? I feel like you could see someone joking, like, being jokingly over the top, but being flirty in that way. And so it's actually not super old language. And so I am curious if the fact that this is kind of the main/only line that is the older language, does that make the line stick out in a bad way for other readers? And similarly, on the opposite side, does the let's recap, Marx was asking if that worked, but I have a different question about it, which is that recap is super modern. And so after hearing phrases like, "Well, usually you're as verbose as I," and then "let's recap," or did those two things seem to conflict? Were you very jarred by the use of the word recap, or were you fine with it? Kind of thing. This is a bit nitpicky, but I don't have a whole lot to talk about. Oh, ad incoming. So Alex says, "There's Faye here, they make me nervous." And then Maximus says, "You're shy about women of all things?" It kind of has this implication of like, he's nervous about the Fae, he's nervous about women, therefore all the Fae are women, or all the Fae here are women. And I can't really tell what you're going for, because I feel like it could be any of them. It could be all the Fae are women. It could be the Fae here are women. Like, not all Fae are women, but the Fae here are. Or it could just be like, no, we are in, like, we do have male Fae and female Fae, but Maximus has only eyes for the female Fae, so he is mentioning them that way. So I'm curious what the meaning was there. I'm not quite sure how to fix it. Maybe I'll think of something once you tell me what it was meant to mean. Okay, I think the ad is coming. All right, ad. At any point, you can take the stage.
Kitties, you're cute.
Gotcha. The group of Fae that Alex was indicating was all women. I see. And that honestly also makes me curious about Alex's sexuality, because I honestly, like, I didn't really think of Alex as being straight. Like, I kind of thought of Alex as, like, he will eat anybody, both literally and sexually. Like, that's kind of how I saw him. I could be totally wrong. Alright, kitty time. Can I move it so you can see both? Looks like I can. Alright. I know, it was bad. That must mean there's a little bit of lag then, because I'm in the ad, but you guys still aren't. And I don't really want to pet Bo and then have him get up. That's curious. I'll resume. I'll resume that when the ad is done. Yeah, so hands clap mightily, causing and then why don't you guys go ahead, take the next word. Typhoon. I was thinking of something like storm. Hands clap mightily, causing a typhoon of... pancakes. Oh boy, that went in a way weirder direction than I thought it would. Hands clap mightily, causing a typhoon of pancakes. And... armadillos. Hands clap mightily, causing a typhoon of pancakes and armadillos. How did this happen? Maybe our next thing should be this one. Be the explanation for why it happened. Alright, so Marx said, I just realized that despite him being an incubus, I've never considered him doing the sexy with anyone ever. You know, I never really thought of Alex's sexuality, but while he probably prefers females, I could easily see him going multiple ways. Why leave the tormenting to just one gender, you know? Yeah, kind of how I view him. He is not sexist in his tormenting. He torments everyone. But yeah, that makes sense. I mean, granted, if he doesn't do the sexy with everyone, it doesn't redeem him, but it makes him slightly less evil if he's not, sexually harming people. He's just mentally harming everybody. Still awful, but slightly less awful. An incubus being sexual? Perish the thought. That, you know, I wonder if somebody's done that, but that is an interesting idea for a story of, like, an incubus who is asexual and is just like, I would not like to do that. And damn it, now I need to write a male thrall. Nice. I love it when I give you ideas. I'm looking forward to seeing that story soon, maybe. Yeah, it does kind of feel that way. People talking nonsense, touched by the flesh horse. Oh boy. I'm not a complete monster, just a moderate one. Yeah, not as much of a jerk as you could have been, Award. Exactly. Asexual incubus is a great name for a punk band. Yeah. Amazing. Alright, going back to the story. I'm curious if this is only a mistake I made, that I was like, at first I was thinking like, oh, I guess Alex just isn't a fan of Max and Max saying his name. And then I realized, no, he doesn't want him to say his name because of the Fae, because he doesn't want the Fae to know his name. I'm curious if anybody else made that mistake, or if you were all like, no, got it immediately. Totally platonic incubus. Amazing. I feel like I've read a webcomic about an asexual incubus succubus. Well, if you find it, send it to me. That sounds interesting. I do like she was rather beautiful, as all Fae are, but I'm not fooled. Maximus, on the other hand, and then he goes in grand detail into how he is fooled, which is awesome. I love the way you write his dialogue. I think that is perfect. Funny that we have the purrs word here as well. Also, I love the fact that we have one story that has Inigo in it and another story that has Montoya in it. That's kind of awesome. And then I like that he has their full attention. He thinks that's a good thing. I like how clearly she's like, you may call me. I'm curious if this one was also like a very careful wording, but I couldn't really figure out why she would phrase it super carefully. And then I really liked the Let's Recap. I thought that was a lot of fun. And like I said, it was already fun when he was doing it, but when Alex is like, let's recap, especially because it's modern and doesn't quite sound like Alex's voice, that actually made it funnier to me. And then just going in detail about all the things that he did is awesome. One thing I am wondering about this whole thing is I don't really know why thanked her is in italics, because I don't remember ever hearing anything about thanking the Fae being a bad thing. Like, giving the name, like, I totally get, if you say you're enslaved, now you are. And imbibing the drink, like, all those things feel like things I've either heard or can extrapolate the meaning of. But thanked her, I don't really know why that's a problem, because I feel like it would be more of, don't be rude to the Fae, always thank them, like that kind of thing. And but the thing that makes it stick out, it's just the only thing that's italicized. I feel like just having it be non-italicized, full name, thanked her, and will soon invite Fae drink, I think works better. Or you could have it be, gave her his full, in italics, name. That could work as well. But yeah, so I wasn't really sure about that part. And then share them also. Like, I do like the ending, and I like the I like the idea and the phrasing and stuff. But I also do feel like share them is not quite the right word for what's going on here. Because if he's never gonna see Maximus again, that's not sharing, that's giving away. That's just like, you can have him, kind of thing. Especially because, like, she did not consult him, and so it's not like, oh yes, I'll share, don't worry. It's like her stealing from him, and he's fine with it, kind of thing. So I don't know what you could change it to that would still have that cool meaning, but work better for this particular scene. But the phrasing, unless he's gonna go collect him later, doesn't really feel like sharing. And another thing is that, so I was trying to think about the ending. So one thing I will say, once again, I did read this to my dad, and he was unsure, and maybe it's because he, like, in the back of his mind, maybe he did remember the other Alex story and didn't realize he did, that he was wondering, like, if all the Fae here are his toys, if everybody is in the palm of his hand here. I didn't really get that reading, and so I don't know that anybody else would, but please feel free to say if you're like, oh yeah, like, I thought he meant everybody here was a toy. And granted, he probably ultimately does see everybody as a potential toy. Everyone's either a toy or a potential toy. But I don't think that Marx meant it, that the Fae are also his friend toys, you know, just Maximus. But something that I kind of realized about the ending is that Alex doesn't really have much, I don't know, like, this feels, I'll just say it, like, Alex doesn't really have much agency in the story. That he does something in the fact that he is silent, and so he is, like, in a lot of ways being the golden silence of the story. But whether Alex was there or not, Maximus would still do the same things he did. And so, like, it kind of reads in the end like he thinks he did something, that he's like, I have toys, but I'll share them. And it's like I said before, Homegirl just stole him. Like, Homegirl didn't ask you. And so it, I think I like the ending. I also do like the fact that he's like, I have, and cuts off, and then finishes the thought here. So I do like that. I do like that idea of I don't have friends, I have toys, and everything like that. But I think that the bookends would work better if the fact that, like, if that was, I don't know, more relevant to the plot, if the something like, I guess Grant, maybe it would be a very, I mean, it would cost words, of course, but it could be a very simple fix of, like, maybe Maximus realizes what's wrong and doesn't want to be taken away, and Alex, like, does not help him. That Alex makes an active choice not to help him, rather than just being like, bye, kind of thing. That might make the ending feel a little more satisfying, that it's like he made an active choice to not help when he could have, as opposed to just, okay, I told you that you should be careful and you weren't, kind of thing. But yeah, let's go back to your questions. I think the story flowed very well. I think it made sense. I don't think you needed to spell out the consequences, because they are very mysterious, and I don't think it's always said what the consequences of breaking those taboos is. And so I actually liked it better that it was like, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm not gonna see him. I think that works really well for the Fae and for the scene. I liked the recap. The incubus thing is interesting because I absolutely did have the question of like, Alex, why are you hanging out with this dude, bro? It's like, he does not seem like your vibe, which does make the I don't have friends, I have toys thing make a lot of sense. Or it's like, yeah, he's not his vibe. He's just a toy. He's just a silly goober that he is enjoying, that Alex is enjoying watching F up his life, that kind of thing. But knowing that Max is an incubus, they are the same kind of creature, and that's why he's acting like they're on the same level, I think works very well. And I also really like it for, oh yeah, that's why he's being so cocky. He's not just like a drunk dude, bro. He actually is like this demon who usually is the hunter in this situation. I do really like all of that. It's really helpful info. Is it necessary to say in the story? I don't think so. I think it works perfectly well without it. And there is a chance that, like, I could very much see if you had mentioned it, then, like, my dad might have been like, I don't know what this is about. I don't know what information this is giving me. You know, that kind of thing. And so I think it worked that you didn't have it, but I also would have liked to have it, so I have mixed feelings on that. And then I did like the bookend sort of thing. Let's see what folks have been saying. 2/3 Lotus had to raid and run. Goodbye, 2/3 Lotus. Late goodbye. Yeah, I do it all the time. It's totally fair. We've said it dozens of times. Never trust the Fae. Demons do be eating demons in this world. Don't eat the Fae souls. They'll just make you see funny unnamed colors and drip balls. Good point. I am curious. That would be an interesting story. Yeah, but Alex would eat anyone. If he could eat Matt, he would. Amazing. I played a supposed cannibal once. My party didn't like it very much. Interesting. In a very recent one-shot that I played, I technically played a cannibal character, but because their whole race were like that, but no, it didn't come up, so nobody in the party realized. Yeah, the one thing you can say about Alex is he doesn't discriminate. Everyone is equally dirt beneath his shoes or food. Exactly. Alex is willing to serve anyone. Get it? Yeah. How to serve man. Nice. Let's recap. Not fitting the old language is fair. I don't know enough about The Simpsons to know what that means, but that sounds funny. Yeah, the group that Alex was indicating was all women, but there are male Fae. Gotcha. Yeah, that or the man on covers of dollar store romance novels. Oh, that was Mako. You guys are the same color, so I didn't see, but Mako said, I just realized that despite him being an incubus, I've never considered him doing the sexy with anyone ever. And then Mark said, you know, I never really thought about Alex's sexuality, but while he probably prefers females, I could easily see him going multiple ways. Why leave the tormenting to just one gender? Gotcha. I was kind of wondering, like, you seem to repeat yourself. I didn't realize that was two people. Ragnar says, there's a very interesting and well-written character in Planescape Torment that is a succubus that does not engage in any type of sex-interested presentation. Although it is not stated as she being asexual, she more or less qualifies for the idea. Interesting. Planescape Torment is a scary name, though. I'm curious about that idea, but that title scares me. She is called Gace, short for Fall from Grace. Curious. Fall from Grace. Gotcha. Nico is 100% there because I had a character saying their whole name. Oh, that's awesome. That's cool. That actually was intentional. And Aerith said the same thing. There's actually a lawful neutral succubus called Falls from Grace in the video game Planescape Torment. She runs a brothel called the Brothel of Slating Intellectual Lusts, and it has no sexy time, just intellectually challenging discussions. That sounds fantastic. That sounds like the place to be. I love that. Thanking the Fae is a must, says Ghoulish, but then Mark says, yes, thanking the Fae is super bad. Different things we're hearing here. Ghoulish says very different from folklore. You have to give the brownies cream and honey or they'll destroy your house. Gotcha. Yeah, precisely the gal I was speaking of, Aaron. Grace is an amazing character. Awesome. I read that thanking the Fae indebts you to them and they choose the terms, at least according to my Google research. Gotcha. Alright, now rules on how to deal with the Fae are not always consistent among each type of Fae or each individual. Makes the whole etiquette maze even more terrifying. That's a really good point, for sure. By the way, as I'm finishing up going through the comments, please be thinking about midstream questions, because I don't have one. Little finger wave as he's carted off. Amazing. You're thanking the Fae doesn't mean saying thank you. You thank the Fae by giving them stuff. Good point. Now I want a story about giving fairies yogurt or cheese. I'm imagining like a brownie like cleans up the house or whatever they do, and then a little kid just like gives some string cheese to them. Eris says, I noted he made an active choice, Alex, to avoid speaking to and choosing his words very carefully around the Fae. He knows he is in kind of a dangerous situation dealing with the Fae, which means he is aware of the Fae as threats. That is true. Like, he does make an active choice. I guess it's just the thing of, like, his active choice does not affect the outcome of the story as a whole. Because the story as a whole is about what happens to Max. And so Max will flirt with the Fae and get carted off regardless of what Alex does. And so even though he does make an active choice, it's not one that affects the plot. And that idea of, like, I don't have friends, I have toys is there. Like, and it's there in the fact that he doesn't help. But I think it could be there more strongly or more important to the plot, if that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like someone trapped a Fae and interrogated them to figure this out. But the Fae slipped in some bullshit that to figure out the thanking thing of the Fae. Amazing. What happens if you take food from a Fae but you're allergic and it makes you sick? Do they owe you an apology or something? Yeah, does any of this ever apply to the Fae themselves? Planescape Torment is an amazing classic computer RPG game. Very dated in its mechanics, but the story is still unmatched to anything to this day. Gotcha. Interesting. Oh, and it's based around D&D. Cool. And the whole idea of torment is very much central to the idea. The main character is more or less a torment magnet, which is unfortunately for everyone, but great for dramatic purposes. Gotcha. Interesting. The story centers on an immortal amnesiac who dies over and over and then reforms. He searches and quests to find out his past, to discover why he's immortal, and tries to find a way to end his own mortality so he can finally die. Well, those sound like ideas I'm interested in. It's been a long time since I played it, so I don't know if I can still say it's my favorite game for the story, but my favorite game for the story in the past was Dust and Elysian Tale. I really want to play it again on the stream, so that, like, after all these years, I'm revisiting it and I can, like, react and say what I love about it and stuff, but that game has an amnesiac character as well who's trying to figure out their past. The answer, in my opinion, is so creative, and like a large reason of why I love that game so much is because of what the answer to who he is. So I'm definitely into that idea. And then, like, one of my favorite TV shows is the TV show Forever, about an immortal who can't die but wants to. So, like, these are top tier story ideas. So it definitely sounds like the kind of thing that I would enjoy, as long as it's not too horrifying. Uses the rules of 2nd edition AD&D, but it subverts all the tropes. All of them, really. Well, subverting tropes is another thing I like. Planescape is already a setting that subverts and makes a lot of interesting things. Can you, like, plonk this in the recommendations for stream chat? Cute. You guys are discovering you like the same games. Very cute. Ragnar. I would expect nothing less. I don't know if you actually, I thought you were saying, so Ragnar says, what can change the nature of man? And I assume you were submitting that as a midstream question. I was saying, yep, that's our boy. That's our Ragnar. But you could have been quoting the game as well. Mark says, well, Alex did specifically lead Max to the area where the Fae were, knowing what would most likely happen, which is why he specifically pointed the Fae out, but I did not have the words to go into that. Yeah, I do think maybe that's something that you should have taken words out somewhere, so you could have still added that. I think that would have helped a lot. Let's see, like, you could maybe take out, like, the women thing, maybe. Like, the thing is that I really like all of Maximus's dialogue. I think it works very well, but it also is very wordy, so you probably could take out some of what Maximus says and still have the same vibes and problems, but also add some stuff to the beginning, perhaps. I like that. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for submitting, Marks. I thought this story is great. I found it hilarious that in my review I was like, oh, I'm sad I can't read this on the stream because it's great, but you were read last week. And then Fate was like, actually though, actually you will be reading it on the stream, which is kind of awesome. Am I correct in thinking we only have one encore unlocked? So we only have Mako's story unlocked. So if you want to unlock more, then keep that in your brain. Keep that in your brain. Put your cheers in the chat. Put that in your brain. Create a hype train. Okay. Yeah. Is that, did I not? No, I think that's right. Okay. Yeah, so how do you introduce a world building rule into a story without it taking you out of the story? How much is too much? I think that is a good question. It's the tagline of the game, how can someone change who and what they are? Gotcha. Nice. Alrighty-roo. Well, I will put on some tunes and leave you guys to answer the question. And see ya in a little bit. Okay, I am back. Hello. Okay, so the question, how would you introduce a world building rule into a story without it taking you out of the story? How much is too much? Wolf says, I think it depends on how in depth you're going to go. Regardless, I think the first thing is to have an audience surrogate character present. This way you're not just having someone go, as you know, or using maid and butler dialogue, i.e. having two characters explain everything via gossip. From there, it's a balancing act of how would this character present this information, and how to explain this in a way where the audience understands the rule in the same way the character would. Which is hard. I say that because many times I have characters that think they know how the rules work when in reality they are clueless. So you have to be extremely careful or it'll come off as a confusing mess. Maybe explaining basics would be better than trying to also mention all the edge cases. Yeah, that's super fair. That's interesting. That makes me think of world building as being a little bit like English grammar, where it's like, all right, I before E except after C. Well, what about all these words? We don't need to talk about them right now. You know, that kind of thing. But I think that does work for world building, where you're like, okay, in most cases this is this, and you don't necessarily have to talk about the edge cases right away. And granted, that could be a benefit, that it could be that the character also is like, oh, okay, so I before E always comes after C. And
Kitty, come here. Come all the way in, please.
And so then when the character finds out of all the words that don't have that, then they're going to be like, what? In the same way that the audience is going to be like, what?
Kitty, no. Baby. Hey.
But like that is one of the things that that is one of the reasons that I love Pandora Hearts so much, because Pandora Hearts has you like going through so much of the story being like, okay, like we are introducing you to how the world works. This is how everything works. This is our goal. And we're like, all right, I got it. I got the answers I've been looking for. And then partway through the story, everything flips, and everything you thought you knew and understood is actually the opposite. And it's amazing. Oh, sorry. And so I think that having it be that the characters understand things one way, but it's not actually the truth, and having that be a twist, if done well, can work extremely well. Oh, scroll, please. I think the best method is to write the story with that rule in mind, and the readers will pick up on it. That's it says. I really dislike exposition. Nothing takes me out of a story faster than a giant block of text explaining why gravity is weaker and therefore buildings are taller and spindlier, for example. Well, I think like it's fair to not like exposition, and I think there are a lot of cases where exposition is done poorly, and it is a big block of text that's like really annoying and stuff. But I also feel like you can't just do away with exposition entirely on every case. Like I think that you're right in a lot of cases where just have the thing be in effect in the story, and you don't have to explain it. But I do think there are times where it's like the reader is going to be sitting there the entire story going, why the heck is this like this? Until you explain it, because it's just not clear from the information in the story itself. I'm trying to think of like some examples. Arachner says, oh, there has been so long since I last wrote. I'm not sure how to answer that, but I guess there is a whole thing about being experienced in the craft of weaving plot and world building that one gets by practice. Most of my stories have no long sections of exposition, even though they can be scenario lore heavy. At least I believe so. And I'd say I got better in making said presentation feel natural just by failing a lot and making better attempts until I found a voice that was capable of blending said elements. That is fair, and that is a good point of like I think a lot of, if not all, writers are going to start by like doing things wrong and having big blocks of text, and you learn what doesn't work about that and where it does work and stuff like that. And I think like part of the thing, I can't remember if I've talked about this on streams. I'll be kind of surprised if I haven't. The thing about it is that the audience needs to care. So the part of the reason why once upon a time there was a this and then this happened and then the kingdom fell and then this happened. Why, like, you know, that tends to not work anymore. And like, especially if that goes on for like pages at the beginning. Why that tends to not work is that the audience doesn't care yet. They haven't been introduced to the characters. They haven't been given a reason to care about these characters. And so telling us about King Shmoobadoob of the Third Isle and his fall, we don't care, and so we're bored. But if we're introduced to a character and we see all the ramifications of King Shmoobadoo, of King Shmoobadoo's actions, then then we're going to be like, well, who was this King Shmoobadoo? And then when you tell us the pages long like at least explanation of King Shmoobadoo and how his kingdom fell, then we're actually interested in it. So I think that is an element that I haven't seen mentioned yet as well, where it's not just about how you present it, it's also about when you present it. Because then, like, I guess where was your example of like why gravity's weaker and the buildings are taller and spindlier? There are kind of multiple options for that, right? One option is it doesn't really matter that gravity is weaker and the buildings are taller and spindlier, and so you don't even need to mention it. It's the buildings are taller and spindlier. If you make the connection, you make the connection, but it doesn't matter and won't confuse anybody. Another thing is like maybe it actually is important to the plot somehow, but if you throw it at the reader at the beginning, the reader's not going to care. And then there's another option of it's important to the plot and the reader's asking, but why are the buildings so tall and spindly? And then you explain, aha, the gravity is weaker. Well, now we're interested and now it works, you know. I think Arachner has more. Like in one of my worlds, dragon slaying is something incredibly dangerous, and the ones capable of doing so know that one can't kill a dragon without suffering terrible consequences. And I never in any story explained any of that. I just made it very clear in their preparations that they fear succeeding as much, and sometimes even more, than failing in their quest. And that is usually enough to hint at an important rule of how that world works. So when that information is finally explained or uncovered, it feels natural, or at least as a payoff to something that was already integrated into the whole narrative. Yeah, that makes sense, and that's a great example of how to do that naturally. And you don't have to say, oh, like, killing one is almost as bad as not killing one. Like, if you just show through the character's actions that that's true, then you may not even need the exposition. That is a very good point. King Shmoobadoo. Add it to the pantheon, yes. King Shmoobadoo and his army of flurmalers. Alright, Mark says, I try to engineer a conversation or situation where it makes sense to talk about or display that rule in a natural way that isn't jarring. This can be very difficult, but usually worth the effort. Very fair. Very fair. Narwin says, the question makes me think of Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character in Inception. Almost all of his dialogue is exposition explaining the rules of the movie. You don't really notice it on first watch because the movie's plot needs someone to explain the rules. But once you notice it, you can't unnotice it. That is fair. Did I hear a meow?
Hi, kitty cat. I want to stay. I would like you to stay. Yay! Here's my kitty. There he is.
I can't lean back so you can see my face because I have another kitty behind me. Oh yeah, you can see her a little bit.
Oh, kitty cat. Naughty kitty cat.
And that is a good point of like, there's another question of like, first-time readers versus long-time readers, which is that maybe the first time you read it, it sounds very natural, but the next time you read it, it doesn't. And so, is there a way to avoid that? You simply put it into action. If it is too complex, then you explain it. I mean, very simple, but in a lot of cases, very true. If you just put it within the action of the story itself, when you can, that's great, but when you can't, you explain it. Yeah, I before E, except after sealing or as in sounding in way. There, I want to find, there's like a whole joke about this that I really want to find. I before E, except, yeah, except meme. Well, that's not it, but, I think this might have been the one I saw. I before E, except when you run a feisty heist on a weird beige foreign neighbor, and caffeine-strung atheists reinventing protein at their leisure. Plebeians may deign to forfeit. Either that or seize the language and reinvent it. And yeah, like, look up all those words. They all have E before I. Yeah, the best exposition doesn't feel like exposition. Oh,
Bye-bye, Bella.
very true. I guess you can still see him and me. No, here, we care about King Shloobadoo. Incredible. Also, funny enough, one of my short stories I presented here was basically an excuse for presenting a setting through exposition, since 350 words wouldn't nearly be enough to show why said the plot mattered unless I explained the whole hidden premise. So not sure, but I think there are ways to make it work. Very fair. I must have said the L at first and then the M. Here we care about King Shloobadoo. Shmoobadoo, that's his cousin, who's also a king. You don't want to know the whole mess of the rules of succession that are in that family. Justice for King Shloobadoo. Oh, amazing. The rules of the stream. 2 kitties are better than 1 kitty. Yes, indeed. Oh, I see. I am on the camera of him licking his butt. I will give him his privacy. I love this. And verily I tell you that King Shmoobadoo was touched by the flesh horse, and fell beneath his flesh-weather wing's shadow. And so madness fell upon the king, and he believed his kin desired to devour his body, and he was afraid. So began the succession of the throne, from the history of the succession wars. I love this so much. Alright. But, anywho, let's see, was there anything else I wanted to add? Oh yeah, so I was gonna talk more about the character thing. Oh gosh. I do not like that phrase. Aerith says, ah yes, privacy for the kitty butt feasting. I do not like the phrase butt feasting. 0 out of 10, worst phrase I've heard today. But going back to the character thing, that having a character who is a stand-in for the reader who also doesn't understand can be its own double-edged sword. Hello, Loonsky Waka. Welcome. Can somebody explain the rules of the game, explain what we're doing here today, to them? So that can be a double-edged sword, because on the one hand that can work super well and feel very natural. As like, yeah, the character is asking this question, and that question just so happens to be the same question that the reader is asking. But then, like, there's also the chance that even though it's not an as you know, because it's not something they know, it can still kind of read like that, where it's like, okay, clearly you're here for the exposition. Exposition Jones. I really want to like clip. There's a scene in Danny Mata's reaction to Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood where this guy just shows up to give exposition, and he like does a whole bit about, I don't think he uses the word Jones, but something like, hi, I'm Exposition Jones, here's with the exposition, and it is fantastic. Yeah, so I think there are a lot of different ways to do it, because so in some cases having a character who's a stand-in for the reader is the best. In other cases, just saying it in the narration can actually work fine. In some cases, maybe you want to sprinkle in a little bit here and a little bit later. In some cases, you just want to put it in the action and inside the story itself. So I think it really depends on... Oh, kitty? I think it really depends on the specifics of the scenario, which unfortunately is true of a lot of writers' things, and so it's maybe a boring answer, but I feel like it's a true one. Right story, explain nothing, Robin. Shmoobadoo, before the crowning, an epic in 3 parts and 350 words. Incredible. Just call me Loon, but it's Skywalker. I like how everybody gets it wrong the first time. Sorry. But very good to know. Yes. Yeah. If I write a story in 3 parts, I'm allowed to write 3 stories. I love the idea of you guys just like, that's the extra challenge. Like, we have the, here's the actual deep challenge for this week. And then the second challenge is just write your story about King Shmoobadoo. Incredible. 1. Shmoobadoo Beginnings. 2. Shmoobadoo The Reigns and Times. 3. Shmoobadoo Aftermath to the Succession Crisis. Oh, incredible. Ted said, I might bring Ord and Jen back for this prompt. I want to keep prophecies far away from Califrac. Incredible. Alright. Well, it has been a fun discussion, but we must go on to our next story. And has there, I don't think there's been any more cheering. Has there been any more cheering? Because if so, then consider it. Once again. But anyways, Pride Before the Fall, Chronicles of the Dragon, Sera, by Makokam, 348 words. She's only 23 years old, barely able to drink herself, young, naive, and foolish. Her club is reaching the end of its lifespan. If she's smart, she'll recognize that and pass off the cost of rebranding to me. Retire from the club life and keep playing dress-up. She isn't smart, though. She still thinks she puts her competitors out of business. Not that clubs always die in their 3rd year, 4 at most. If the owner knows what they're doing, they rebrand and keep going with a new name and a new look. If they don't, well, they lose business. And this Valeria girl, she can't even figure out how to make a decent profit. Even if she understands what she needs to do, she can't afford it. When she arrives, she's accompanied by a man, her security, her dog. She sits at the table across from me, polite, all smiles, hoping I'll offer a better deal. He remains standing, hands in his pockets, face stern. I start by explaining the nature of the business, how trends and freshness dictate success and failure. A new club will always bring in more people than an old one, and interest in hers is set to start crashing. She responds with compliments, thanking me for the insight and what advice I have. As I talk, explaining how this business is actually run, I'll suddenly feel his gaze pierce through me. I'll look up to see him staring into my eyes, head tilted ever so slightly, and feel the need to rephrase whatever I just said, or change topics entirely. She keeps asking questions about me and this business. I answer, as it's rare someone is able to appreciate my expertise. Eventually, we end the meeting. The contract is drawn up, signed, and we shake hands as they leave. I sit down and look over the agreement. I'll be funding her renovations, and in exchange, I get the first option to buy if she decides to sell in the next 5 years. What just happened? Those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. Oh yeah, sorry, that was some spoilers, wasn't it? We are 879 bits away from 2 unlocks. Awesome. So I guess I actually do have a question about like the encores and stuff, which is that I was thinking like, okay, I guess I'll put like a supporter in the encores because it's a situation of this is not someone who is eligible this week. This is somebody who was read last week. And so kind of like I was saying at the beginning that like it could potentially be a benefit if they would rather save it and be allowed to be read next week, then they can like move themselves later and stuff. But I could, if you guys think it would be more reasonable, I could go, nope, all supporters are guaranteed, this one's guaranteed, and then still read, I believe it's Decoys next, and say that Decoy was the first encore, and just read that one. What do you guys think is more reasonable? Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Alrighty, Rue. I don't know if I looked for your questions. Nope. No questions. But Mako says, I like that. I assume about having this be a guaranteed and Decoys be the first encore. Good to know. I still want to get some more votes on it first, though. Alrighty, Room. Well, as always, I am particularly curious to hear your thoughts on Mako's story, because I do chat with him about them, and so I always have a little bit more info on these than your average reader. But I enjoyed this story. I really liked that you went for this like what just happened sort of thing, where I don't know if we've had any other stories that end in that way, where it's like they were so silver-tongued and sweet-talked that when they walk out, they're like, what the heck just happened? I think that is a great use of the prompt, and I really enjoy that. I like the talk of the clubs and stuff. I don't know much about clubs, so I don't know how accurate this stuff is, but I do really like this.
Kitty.
I mean, I do like the kitty, too. But I like that idea of, like, they just need to rebrand, that it's the same club rebranded every 3 years or so. That's really interesting. And I think it's well done how he's judging her, thinking she's naive, that she's not a threat, but then by the end she even sweet talks him. I think that's great. I like that. So I guess I'll just start going into my different comments. I think I'm going to come back to, well, maybe I should wait because there's an incoming ad break. Can I show them kitties? Well, I can show Bo. I don't think Bella's showing up in the... Oh, there's the plushie. There you go. Now you can see her. Where's Bella?
Kitties.
Come on, Ed. I feel like whenever like an advertisement is coming and it's not
Hey, kitty?
it's taking a while, we should just start spelling out advertisement, like kind of cheering for it to come in the chat. Just one message at a time, that it's like one message A, one message D. Even better if you guys try to spell it together. There we go. And see how far you get into the word before it happens.
Bella.
Oh. Well, do I need to move? Oh, now she's going under. Going under the table.
Hey, kitty, you want to sit next to me? Oh, baby cat. Baby. Oh, baby cat. Yeah, you can be. too cute. Yes, you are. You're just a baby. Oh, I can put it on the camera now. Whoops. Whoopsie doodles. Oh, oh, Shabella. Oh, baby cat. Oh, Bella. You're too much. Too much.
Yeah, I don't think she's fat. She genuinely is just a lot of fluff. It's been allowing me to do that. She is a ragdoll. Ragdolls are known to ragdoll. Like when you pet them, they just kind of flop around. Yep, now she's getting up.
Yeah, little kitty.
The only people that wouldn't be good fit for our group are those with an aversion to kitties. That's right. It makes me think of, there was something I saw from That Good News Girl who, like, I think she was talking about like a company in Japan where they have cats around, and the only requirement to like get hired is that you like cats, because skills can be taught, but if you don't like cats, it just won't work out. And I'm like, that feels valid. Yeah, like I said before, I'm not sure I want to pet him and then wake him up and make him go meow at the door, so I'll just let him sleep. Watching your hands disappear into the floof. Yes, they do. They're so fluffy. Alrighty. They kind of do actually. You know what? Let's put my money where my mouth is.
Kitty bone. How can I do it?
I think I'm still on the chair. But I kind of have, like, slept on him before. Not like exactly the full night, but I can rest my head on him. And at least at times in the past, he has allowed me to do so. Yeah, like this.
Oh, he's purring. Oh, so nice. I'm purring pillow. Now I don't want to get up.
Aw, thanks, Looney. They are not that kind of cat. They do not claw like that. I'm sure if they were actually like in danger or something, I'm sure that they would, but I would not put my head on him if he was capable of, or not capable, if he was the kind of cat who would get up and claw my face off. Anywho, going back to, can I show us both? He's so cute.
Such a cute.
Not really, kind of. We're both a little cut off. Anyways, going through the comments. This one's kind of nitpicky, but I think that saying barely old enough to drink would be better, because able kind of implies that she is like literally not able to drink, which isn't true. I will talk about the next one, I think, at the end. And then I do like the line of she isn't smart. I feel like that adds intrigue and stuff, and makes you go, oh, like, why is she not smart? What's she going to do? What decisions are she gonna make? But the thing about it, though, is that, like, he hasn't met her yet. He hasn't talked to her yet. And so it feels odd to say she isn't smart, or in the previous version, she wasn't smart, when he has no idea. I think I'll talk about the second part of that at the end. And then I do like she thinks that she's doing well, but actually this is natural and stuff like that. I think that's great. I do like her security, her dog, got some great cadence to it. Oh yeah, so one of the big questions, I guess there are two big questions for this story, which is, one is, do you think that the silver tongues thing comes through? Do you think the golden silence thing comes through? Like, it is summarized, and I was talking about this before, that the whole silver tongue thing, we never actually hear her speak. Does that work? Did she read as a silver tongue, or were you like, she didn't read as a silver tongue, or I would rather hear the dialogue? And then kind of a similar thing for the golden silence, so that we have Jonathan in the back lurking and glaring. And did that work as a golden silence, or were you like, that didn't really come through for me super well? So how did the prompt work for you guys? Oh,
so pretty.
So I think one of the most awkward parts of the story is that this is described in future tense. And I get what you're going for, of like, this is something that happens multiple times. That it's like, oh, I'll do this and then this will happen. And so it happens multiple times, whereas just saying, I suddenly feel this, seems like it potentially only happened once. But I think it just would sound more natural to say, as I talk, explaining how this business is actually run, I suddenly feel his gaze pierce through me. I look up to see him staring into my eyes, had tilted ever so slightly, and feel the need to rephrase what I just said. Or change topics entirely. Or you could say, and he does it again a second later, and I change topics entirely. Something like that, I think would be better. Like, I think even though it's only specifically saying it happens once, that can kind of imply, like, this happens, this is kind of how the conversation works. That's how it goes. I think it would sound more natural than in the future tense. And there is also kind of an element of, it starts with, like, as I talk, explaining how this business is actually run, I think that the build-up seems like this is happening in the present future. So I think that hinders it a bit as well. And then there is kind of an element of the fact that we don't get to actually hear the conversation, that that kind of seems like they don't change topics. It seems like they're talking about clubs and always talk about clubs and never change topics. So I do think that is a bit of a hindrance from not including the dialogue itself. I did know what the idea... So I had a disadvantage in gauging how well the prompt works because Mako did tell me his idea, and so I knew what he was going for and stuff. But personally, I really liked this line. I think this line, for me, very much conveyed, oh, she got you wrapped around her finger. It's like, oh, you appreciate my expertise. Well, thanks. And actually, she is just, like, leading him on, wrapping him around her finger, which is great. And then, like I said, I do like that, like, all right, that seemed to go super well. What did I just agree to? I think is fantastic. There is one problem, though. So the contract is I'll be funding her renovations, and in exchange, I get the first option to buy if she decides to sell in the next 5 years. And I assume the problem is that he wanted the club now. He wanted her to sell to him today, not to fund her renovations and then sell in the next 5 years. However, in the first paragraph, he does say, if she's smart, she'll recognize that and pass off the cost of rebranding to me. Well, that's exactly what she does. She passes off the cost of rebranding to him. And so I think I get what you're going for, of that, like, he was saying, give me the whole club, I will renovate. Not, I'll pay for the renovations, but not the whole club. But I think and well, I did not catch it on the first reads. I do think that's something that hindered you a bit, that it would be better to leave this line off so that you don't have that problem of that punchy ending potentially being a little bit ruined by, isn't that exactly what you wanted? You said you wanted to pay for renovating her club. So as for the prompt, so this is another story that I read to my dad, and he actually did not get the silver tongue thing, and it was rather interesting because he took this at face value. He took the narrator's words at face value. She is not smart, and he thought the only person who did something was Jonathan. And that Jonathan did magic. He thought that the only person that actually caused, this to happen was Jonathan doing some magical stuff with, his looks. And that, so I think that in that case, and this is something he was talking about, is that I think maybe it's just a little too subtle that she just compliments and asks for insight and stuff, and I can get that it means like, oh, you appreciate my expertise, well, thanks. But I also can see how somebody who, didn't know what the story was about could be like, because the thing is that he came to offer his expertise and talk about clubs, and he offered his expertise and talked about clubs. And so that can easily read as nothing weird or bad is going on. That's just like, yeah, he did what he came here to do, and the only weird thing is this guy who's glaring at him, And so I do think using more explicit language of, as she keeps asking me questions, I find myself telling her things I normally wouldn't say. Something like that, something that is clear that he is saying things he shouldn't, she is doing something more than just normally listening to what he wants her to listen to, And I also think for me that the Maker did say to me that the main character would like make some snide remark, and that's what Jonathan would kind of tilt his head and glare about. I did not get that impression from just the story. I didn't get the impression that the narrator was making any sort of snide remarks. It just seems like, yeah, I'm explaining how the business is run. Oh, and this guy is glaring at me, and not like I am insulting her as I am explaining the business. And so I think, doing something that conveys, oh yeah, you're insulting her and you're getting glared at, I think would be good. And I did, the beginning of the story was in past tense and was in third person, and so I did have to fix that as well. Just FYI, if you're wondering why there's all that blue there. But I do like the use of the prompt. I enjoyed the story. I liked the ending a lot. Let's see what others had to say.
Kitty. He's so pretty.
Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung, if I didn't say so before. Aw. Loon says, you look like a good bunch of great people, but I don't think I'm ready to post my first draft of The Clockwork Beings yet. That's okay. That's fair. I mean, you can still join us and read other people's writings and maybe write other stuff, even if you're not ready for that one. Goosh says, I don't know. It's 4 hours into the stream. That is fair. Arachner says, I'm very rusty on the whole commenting and critiquing, all things considered, but I really love how that ending worked, and how the change in tone and expectation makes it empathetic. Really great use of break and format to cause an impression. I totally agree, for sure. And that is a good point of, like, he himself sounds rather eloquent and well-spoken throughout the story, and then that what just happened is a lot more casual, and so I think that makes it fun and funnier. Yep, you don't have to post anything if you don't want to. This is a great place to workshop ideas through prompts, whether they're part of a larger world story or not. So yeah, that actually is, I don't know if people will talk about it as I continue scrolling, but that is something a lot of us do, is that, and like, I don't think you were here earlier, but one of my stories got through, and I always write for my larger universe, and I was talking about how I had this story that I was planning to write and started drafting it, but then nowadays the canon of the story has changed, and so I wrote a prequel that was more in line with the new canon, and like that happens a lot, at least to me, of like the stories I wrote in 2021 for my universe. Well, like some of them are still accurate, but other ones, how the story works has changed, but some of the reason why the story has changed is because I'm writing it through these prompts, and these prompts allow me to explore my story and universe and how I want things to work and how people react to these things. And so yeah, it is a worthy thing to do if you're like, it's totally okay if you're like, I don't feel comfortable yet, but it also is a worthy thing to do to try and workshop the universe and share it with people through the prompts themselves. And I did see a bit of this, like, so it doesn't help that I'm not a native English speaker. We have a lot of non-native English speakers. That is totally cool. We will help you as best as we can. Yeah, we are a supportive lot who want to help writers improve their work. Post your stories on the Discord, chat with us there if you ever feel like it. Yep. Yes, and we have many non-native English speakers and native English speakers who are willing to help, exactly. It's also a great place to just practice in a more non-committal way or with a more experimental setting if you want to preserve your main one as well. Yeah, very, very true. So wait, it's Loon in that specific order of lower and uppercase letters. So do you mean your name is Loan, not Loon? Smoothie girl? Oh, smooshy. Bella. I think I already thanked you, but thanks for saying that I have great energy. I appreciate that. Yep, sometimes it pays off to just lurk and enjoy the atmosphere. Very true, and you can, and like, I myself, I did not, I don't remember how many prompts it took, but it took quite a few prompts for me to start writing about my universe, and then it took a full year before I started writing about the main character of my universe. And so it's totally fair to like take your time and like grow accustomed to it and be like, I think I can trust these people, you know, sort of thing. Yeah. Gula says, I've never seen Bo or Bella swat. Exactly. They only will swat if like I get them riled up, and that does not happen very often, but if they're riled up, or if like for instance when I am trying to get Bo's mats out of his fur, like that hurts, and so he might like try to chomp, but even that, like, he never chomps hard. It'll just be a little like please don't. Also, we are by no means a group of cultists for an eldritch equine abomination. No, totally not. I need to make it bigger. Oh, interesting. It says, I mean, I started here originally just to be part of the backup readings and connect with other writers to share our struggles as writers. That's curious that you initially joined for the backups and not the streams themselves. Arachner says, to my eyes, ears, it did work. In fact, I think it worked better precisely because of the agreement not being put into words in the story, be they spoken or written. Everything is implied, and we only catch glimpses that... We only glimpse that moment with the weight it carries. Yeah, that's a really good point, that the fact that it's very nebulous and not spoken of kind of makes the ending work better, because we also are like, what just happened? Like, I don't know any specifics, and so it does make it feel kind of hazy and trance-like. I don't think there is any real magic, or if there is, it's like unintentional. But that's a great point of it's just like, it feels like everything is... That is the thing that I think I talked about a little bit ago, about a story being like kind of secondhand. That I think in this case, it actually works because that's exactly the vibe that the main character is left with, is that they almost feel like, it seems like they almost feel like they were in a haze and they're remembering it at a distance. And so that distance actually works here. Loan says, I like that. I'm not using Twitch as often, and I looked for channels on this platform where people could just share their stuff in chat form. But while thinking of such a format, I realize it's just straight mayhem chat-wise. So I get why it's moderated in this way. That is very fair. Yep, that's why our stories are put in Discord and then streamed during this discussion and critique, for sure. Mako says, I was worried about that, but I was hoping it'd work. Like, not only is she smart, she got him to pay for renovations and kept the club. Yeah, that is the thing, where it's like, I really liked what you were going for with that, and that, yeah, like, she is smart. Like, it starts out with the narrator saying she's not, but actually she is, and she totally turned everything around and got him to work for her. So I like that. I thought that was cool, and it is sad that my dad did not get that. Yeah, thanks for posting the Discord link. Oh yeah, is there a way to set up a bot that will allow people to get the Discord link? Like Loon, I like how the garden tools were strewn on the yard. What a goon. Gotcha. Spelled Loon. Spelled, lowercase L-O, capital O, lowercase n, but pronounced Loon. Gotcha. Okay, so I was right the first time. Suspiciously specific denial. What is that in reference to? I'm currently known as Loan. And regarding Jonathan's glares, I was hoping the condescending tone of the start would imply how he was talking to her, at least at the start. Well, the thing is that... let me go back there. I guess part of it is that this is all in his head. This is all narration, and a lot of the times people are so much meaner in their head than they are out loud. So I did not automatically assume that even though he's saying she's not smart in his head, that he's saying that out loud. And also, he isn't saying, like, this dumb bitch. Like, he's saying... She isn't smart, though. Like, he's kind of couching it and being a little bit nicer. If he was, even in his head, saying, like, this dumb bitch, maybe I would have like had a little bit more of an inkling that he is saying something mean, but especially because he's not, especially because he's actually, even in his head, kind of being gentle about it. It doesn't make me automatically go, oh, he's being mean. And like, it is in his head, and so of course, even if he is being snide, it makes sense that he's like, he just says, oh, I explain how the business is actually run. But this is a very neutral thing, and I believe that he is capable of talking about that. He talked about it to me a second ago, and he was perfectly polite about it. And, well, I guess, like, maybe there's, like, meanness even in this, but, like, he is just saying, like, hey, this is how clubs work. And I believe he could say that to her. And so I think you'd need more to convey that he is being rude about it. Wow.
Kiki.
So I think I only saw 2 votes. I think I saw one person saying we should do decoy and one person saying it is late. So can I get any more votes on what we should do? Maybe I'll show the kitty at the door. And Dessa says, do decoy! Make go in all caps, decoy! I revealed the cat. There he is, by the door. Why don't you do, like, a 1-minute poll? Like, don't do a 5-minute one, but just do a poll that has 1 minute on the clock. It's kind of late though, but if folks want to do decoy shrug, well, I am getting a third vote from Magistrate Iron Lung. That's starting to sound like we're getting a majority saying to yes, do it.
Hi, Kitty Bella. Oh, sorry.
Oh, kitties. You want to go out now too, Bill? To decoy or not to decoy. Incredible.
Okay, while they're polling, I'll let you out. Kiki's march.
It's 50-50. Now there's more on no. I saw at least 3 people say yes, so why are there not 3 votes on yes right now? Alright, went to 2. I don't know what... Era says, fortunately, the flesh horse is currently not on the map. Why is that fortunate? Don't we always want the flesh horse? Alright, it seems that the 3 people did come through, and we have voted for yes to decoy. Oh, right. The eyes have it nice. Alrighty, we will read Decoy's story then. The Lost Art of Vivisepulture by The Real Decoy. 340 words. I'd talk my way out of it. I had before. Okay, there was that time with Mary where it didn't go to plan. Lots of plate throwing and glass smashing. An ugly business. But boys will be boys, right? Lucy would understand. I was drunk. It didn't mean anything. She came on to me. Yada yada. See, people can be pretty forgiving when you're handsome and wealthy. And Lucy was a doll. She'd be a bit snippy for a week or 2 and then come around when I brought her a new brand name kitchen set or whatever. Whoever said money can't buy love just didn't have enough of it. I stubbed out my cigarette and stepped out of the car, staring at my own front door. I'd really love to lay into that ratbag cuckold who hired a PI and sent the photographs to my home address, though. Some guys just don't understand that there are consequences to their actions. Painful consequences. I summoned some tears and plastered my most vulnerable look on my face as I opened the door. Lucy. The house was dark, quiet. Probably not getting my dinner cooked for me tonight. I entered the living room and found her sitting on the sofa with a glass of red wine. She patted the seat beside her. I opened my mouth to tell her my excuses, but she shushed me and drew me to her bosom. I felt a prick on my back as she held me. My vision blurred and words slurred as I lost consciousness. I woke in the dark. Panicking, I fumbled around and slammed my head into a lid mere inches from my face. My fingers found wood all around me. A coffin. I tried to scream, but the drugs were still in effect, only allowing a dull moan. Some distance above me, a hatch opened. My only connection to the world outside the coffin. Shh, darling. A few days of quiet penance will work wonders. She closed the hatch. I tried to scream. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I don't know if you did that purposely. I think you meant Vivisepulture, but Ghoulish wrote Vivisculpture. Reminds me of the word vivisection. It reminds me of that too, and it probably should. Yes. This is quite the story, Decoy. I don't know if I can fully say I liked it because this guy really gets on my nerves and it is an uncomfy read at the beginning, but it is super well written and I enjoy that he got his comeuppance and it is a great use of the prompt. And thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung. My first, well, I need to read Decoy's note first. So Decoy said, "Hi readers, so the story all came about because I happened to hear this word on TV. Thank you, QI, and thought it wonderfully evocative. Apparently a lady in Skegness buried herself alive and had water and food sent through a tube to her. She lived in it for 101 days and had a TV installed to keep her occupied. Humans are such strange creatures. No major questions this week, bar the usual. Did the scene/vibes work? Did the inner monologue give a good view of the character? Have a lovely weekend, and thanks for reading." Well, my first question, Decoy, is why? Why did this lady bury herself alive? Because this sounds purposeful. It sounds like she wanted to do it. Why would you ever want to do that? What was the situation? But yeah, so I didn't know what this word meant. I knew that Viva meant alive, meant life, live something. But I didn't know what sepulture meant, and so I was just like, okay, and continued on. And once I read the story, I was like, Viva means alive, and sepulture, that sounds a lot like sepulcher. This word probably means buried alive. And I looked it up, and that is exactly what the word means. And so my first question for the chat is, if anybody knew what this word meant. Like, did any of you know what this word meant? And if you did it ruin the twist? Because this story has a really big twist in that, and I think if you're not expecting it, it's wild that it ends with him getting buried alive, and that's cool. I like that it's this big twist. But I'm curious if anybody knew what that word meant, if it made it so it really wasn't a twist. You're like, oh, she's gonna bury him alive for his transgressions. So did it like either ruin the story or just take away from your enjoyment if you knew what the word meant? I do, but me not knowing what that word meant, I actually really like the title. I like the fact that I didn't know what the word meant, and that once I read the story, I was like, oh, I think that means buried alive. And I like that it's like the lost art, and that kind of shows that the narrator and or the author is kind of condoning it, that it's like, ain't that nice? Like, we just don't know the value of a good live burial these days, you know. And I think that's really fun for the title. So yeah, I think that it's like, I think, for your question, like, did the inner monologue give a good view of the character? It gave too good of a view. Like, you did a great job with that, and I was like, I have a view, and I don't like this view. So the beginning's really interesting. I like how, like, vague that first line is, and then as he keeps going, you're like, oh, I get what the situation is. I like the lots of plate throwing, glass smashing, especially the nonchalance. It's like, whatever, like, he didn't learn from his actions. And then I like the, I was drunk, didn't mean anything, she came on to me. Works really well. I like the handsome and wealthy stuff, and this line is great. Is fun and terrible. I think that this paragraph kind of has my biggest critiques for the piece. Because, so, like, I stubbed out my cigarette and stepped out of the car, staring at my own front door. Kind of seems like, okay, like, we're gonna talk about this. We're gonna talk about the house, or we're gonna talk about what he's about to say when he gets into the house, or he's just gonna go in, and we'll get into that. And so then when it goes, I'd really love to lay to that ratbag cuckold who hired a PI and sent photographs to my home address. Feels like the car swerving meme where I'm like, okay, we're here at the house, we're going in. The ratbag cuckold, that kind of thing. And then, like, there's also an element of, like, I don't even know if this is his home address, and, like, it does work to convey just how sucky of a dude he is, that it's like, he's so sucky that it's not just that he has girlfriends and he cheats on them. He has a wife who he's cheating on at home, and he maybe cheated on this other guy's wife, and the other guy hired a PI and sent the photographs of the affair to the wife, or the ex-wife. And so, yeah, like, it does convey, like, another layer of horribleness to this guy, but it's not really necessary to know to think ill of this man. And I think it just adds a new plot line that we're talking about Lucy here. We don't, like, I think this could maybe work at the beginning to just be one of the many examples of all the affairs and horrible things he's done. But having it be, I'm going up to the front door, and then we're talking about a totally different topic, and stuff like that, and then, like, the next line also doesn't really follow, because it's saying some guys just don't understand that there are consequences for their actions, painful consequences. That sounds like our main character did something horrible to the guy, and I do like that there's this dramatic irony of he himself doesn't understand the consequences he's about to face. So I do like that part of the line. However, the fact that it says, I'd really love to lay into, means that he didn't get to give the ratbag cuckold any consequences. That he didn't get to give him, didn't get to do anything to him. And so it seems odd to say, some people, they just don't understand that they have consequences to their actions. Painful consequences. Like he's saying, I tortured the man. Like I did something horrible to the man. I really like, I love hate, I summoned some tears, plastered my most vulnerable look on my face. Those are fantastic verbs for this, that, like, because you could have just said, like, I started crying and made myself look vulnerable, but the I summoned and plastered just really adds to the fakeness of it, that I really like. I like the ominousness of the house being quiet. I hate this line. It's well done for this character. Works really well. Hate the raging misogyny of it, that he is cheating on her and still thinking that she, and the thing he's most feeling most upset about is that he won't get his dinner cooked for him. And then I do like her just like, come here, and then stabbing him with the needle. I think that's great. So I also have some critiques for the coffin part. So first critique for that is that, considering that he's presumably just in pitch blackness, he slams into something, but he would have no idea it's a lid. And so I think just saying I slam my head into something or something hard, mere inches from my face. And so then we could say my fingers found wood all around me, a coffin. You know, I think that would work. I like, you know, the drugs being in effect, and so he can't even scream. However, it does feel a little odd to me that he can move around and fumble around, but not talk. Talking to me feels easier than moving around, even if it's just fumbling your hands a little bit. And so that is something that I am... I just lost my train of thought. So that's something I'm questioning, but, you know, but I do like the vibes. The hatch is something that very much confused me, because if, like, here's the lid and it's pitch black, there's no hatch. So, like, even if you are in a prison and there's a hatch way up above you, you'd never see it, because you're in a coffin and there's a lid on top of you. And, like, maybe it's a hatch in the lid that it's like she slides it open. She's like, hey, how you doing, hun? You know, kind of thing. I like that. However, saying some distance above me implies that there is distance, that it's not like, hey, you know, right there, like inches from his face, there's a little window to look down at him, kind of thing. And so I have no idea what's going on with the hatch. And I think that could have been described better. And then I'm a little torn, because on the one hand, I quite like the, like a few days of quiet penance will work wonders, and that's all the explanation we need. On the other hand, it does kind of feel like she should monologue. Let's see, how many words do you have? So you were at 340, so maybe you could spend 10 words on a little mini monologue about how mad she is. I guess, though, you know, that's interesting. I didn't think about this, that could be part of the golden silence part of the prompt, that he has all the excuses and the monologues and the words. She doesn't need to say anything. She's just like, shut up, you know, all right, you go sleepies now. So I guess now that I'm thinking about that, I like it more, that you know, she's not monologuing. There's a maturity in her not saying anything and not needing to be like, wow, you like how horrible you are. It's like, all right, you have some penance, you know. So that's an interesting thought. Also, it reminds me so much. I want to play it for you guys. It'd be very easy to play, but I'm not sure if I can. So you know how, like, some songs will have like a spoken intro or outro on this band that I really like, or at least this album I really like, by Alisana. They have a little intro outro thingy that has exactly that, and it is very creepy, and it is exactly the sort of vibes I get from that. So I don't know if the fact that it's like spoken would mean that it doesn't get flagged, or you know, or if it's like, no, doesn't matter, it's their content. And as it says, yeah, it probably get flagged and muted. I'll see if there's anybody else that has any insight on it, but maybe not play it. If I don't play it, it is I think it's right after To Be Scared by an Owl. Yeah, it's interlude 4 after To Be Scared by an Owl. It is, I freaking love that interlude. It's so creepy, and I love it so much. But anyways, so I like that connection. Ghoulish agrees it likely would be flagged. Gotcha. I don't know if I can, maybe I can at least find it on YouTube, for you and send it in the stream chat. Plus interlude. I think I might need to, like, actually just listen to it on YouTube to see which ones have the interlude, because it's not saying in the titles. But anyways, something I am wondering is that she doesn't drug him again, and so, especially because there's that question of like the hatch and what is going on physically there is a question of, is it possible he could get out? Because I think part of the reason you can't get out when you're buried alive is the dirt. And so the fact that there doesn't seem to be dirt because there's a hatch and she's able to talk to him kind of makes me question, well, is there a reason he can't, if he's not drugged, that he can't just open the lid and get out? Maybe you could have a line about, like, you know, a few days of quiet pencil will work wonders. I heard a lock. I heard a lock click. I think that would be all the explanation you'd need. Granted, I don't know if coffins have locks, but it's an option. Or you could maybe convey, like, I try to push the lid off and I can't at some point. That could work. Yeah, or maybe you could convey, like, the feeling of, like, I hear dirt get thrown onto the lid, something like that. I'm not sure. But anyways, Norman, fun fact I learned recently, coffins are surprisingly soundproof. It's a little fun and a little not fun. Let's go up. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Aaron Long, if I didn't say before. What's that Catholic thing where people are willingly sealed into walls, apparently called immurement? Interesting. The vivid part of vivisection refers to alive, I think, because it's a dissection when the subject is still alive. Well, you dissect, like, dead frogs in biology class, so I feel like dissection can't mean that they're still alive. Decoy! Excellent, I managed to catch this. Many thanks for the reading. You're welcome. She did it for charity.
Kitty? Come here,
kitty. The lady who buried herself alive, that is wild. Yep, sepulcher is tomb. Yep. Ghoulish says I could figure it out. So you could figure out what the word meant before I read the story. Arachne says I couldn't keep with the story, unfortunately. Connection issues left the stream hanging, but the names were pretty on the nose for me. Gotcha. Oh yeah, like Lucy is like Dracula Lucy. That's interesting. Eric says, the story reminds me a bit of a story I wrote, which was also about a character who was buried alive. Fortunately, he was saved at the end. You wrote like a vampire story about that, right? Eric says, I can't really answer, but I think the name would be very clear for anyone coming from a Latin-derived language. Gotcha. Eric says, I figured it meant buried alive as well, though that's due to some exposure to some Latin and Greek words from religious studies. So did that like hinder your enjoyment of the story at all, knowing? Nice. The woman cheated on the other guy. Right. So yeah, so it's like it read to me as a situation of like the main character has a wife at home and he cheats with this lady. This lady is also married, so she herself is cheating on her husband. So it's like a double cheating situation. The husband hires a PI and sends photographs to the home address. I guess it's possible that you weren't trying to imply that the main character has a wife, but I kind of assume that like that would be the reason why the photographs would be sent to the home address. I guess just knowing that somebody was following you and getting photographs of it is scary enough on its own that I kind of assumed there was more to it. Yeah, I wanted limited dialogue for her. Gotcha. And I did like the silver tongue thing came very clearly through for him, that he has this tongue that lets him kind of get out of everything. And so yeah, that's cool. Agreed on the coffin description being clumsy. Fair. I meant vivisection means dissecting while alive, while dissection means dissecting when dead. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. Dissection to cut apart, vivisection to cut alive. Makes sense. And yeah, main character's wife was sent proof of infidelity from a cheated on husband. Oh, I was right. Nice. Alrighty. But very interesting and well done story, Decoy. Well, it is now time to announce the prompt for next week. Actually, next week this time. There's been so many next week, but not really though, lately. So it's nice to have it just be like, nope, actually next week. Nice. Alright. Just getting rid of my notifications before I pull it up. Alrighty, Roo. Yeah, get out those drum rolls for the next prompt. Oh, go over here, I think. Alrighty, Roo. Oh no, raging spinny wheel of doom time. Is everybody in that boat? In the raging spinny wheel of doom boat? I kind of wanted to put a torch flashlight in the coffin too. Gotcha. I need that prompt. That sweet prompt. Give me. Okay, you guys are fine. All right. Well, maybe it's only on Aerith's end. Okie dokie. In third place, with 13 votes, we have The Art of Poisoning. Kind of perfect after the story we just read, the title of the story we just read. Very similar vibes. Very interesting one, not our prompt though. In second place, with 15 votes, we have The Hunter and the Hunted. A new prompt, but certainly a good one that will probably win next week if you guys are so interested in it. But our prompt for this week, with 16 votes, is The Prophecy Was Wrong. And I will admit what happened. So I can show you, here's how it was here, that we have The Prophecy Was Wrong is at 12, The Hunter and the Hunted is at 13, and then in the secret supporter chat, we had The Hunter and the Hunted was at 2, and The Prophecy Was Wrong was at 3, which meant that it was going to tie here on the stream, and generally... I mean, it kind of depends. Sometimes when it ties, I will on the stream vote for the winner, like myself. Other times I will let you guys poll. If I have already voted, and it ties, I will let you guys poll. But this time, I really like The Prophecy Was Wrong. Because I have a character who has a prophecy about them, who doesn't like that there's a prophecy about them. And so from the very first day that Palmathemus started posting this prompt, I was like, oh, that's a juicy one for for my universe. I love that prompt. But it's never gotten all the way to the polls. And so the fact that I was looking at it and they were tied, and I was like... This prompt, I love this prompt. I've loved it ever since it showed up in the suggestions channel, and it's never made it to the polls. And I was thinking, you know what? If this prompt doesn't win, like if it ties and I poll people, and it doesn't win, and then the same thing continues to happen, and it as was happening before, and it never makes it to the poll again, I'm gonna be kicking myself. So I decided, you know what, I'm gonna vote for it and break the tie. The Hunter and the Hunted is great though, and I know this was a transformed ones, well, a double cocooned ones prompt, and so they can submit it again, and so if you guys really like it, then don't hesitate to vote for it next week, and then maybe we can have it for next week. But yes, so our prompt is, the prophecy was wrong. And clearly I like this prompt because I made it win. But so I've mainly been thinking about it for my own universe, and I guess I can start by saying like kind of how I intend to use it for my universe, and maybe that'll give you ideas for yours, which is that the idea of the prophecy itself isn't wrong, but the character the prophecy is about thinks it's wrong. Thinks it's wrong before they, fulfill it. And so you can totally use it in that way as well, of that idea of the prophecy isn't actually wrong, but the character it's about, or like the character it's about is denying it and is like, no, that's not right. That's not the prophecy. That's not me. That's not going to happen. You could also have it that maybe a bunch of characters think that the prophecy is wrong. Instead of it being the one it's about denying it, it could be the prophecy is right, but a bunch of characters are like, well, I guess it was wrong. Either because like they see who the prophecy is about and they're not at all what was prophesied, or because it's just been so many years and it's not coming to pass, and they're like, oh, I guess it's time to lose hope, or it could just be I don't know, people being skeptics about it and being like, I don't think so. I don't think that's going to happen. Another way that I'm kind of intending to use it is potentially about the prophecy being like, this character is a very good person. They're going to save us all. But actually the person's not that good. And so you could use it in that way as well, of that idea of the prophecy can be like, oh yes, this amazing hero will come and save us. And then camera pans to little gremlin in the corner who is not this amazing hero. And that it also can have that element of maybe the prophecy is right and they will be that amazing, kind hero, but they aren't to start with, But then, you can also take it very literally. You can have it be, the prophecy genuinely was wrong, that there is a prophecy, and it is wrong. It's not even just people think it's wrong, it just straight up is wrong. And there's lots of different ways that could be, that it could be like, yeah, like we thought this person would come and save us, but genuinely it just was wrong. It just didn't happen. I'm not sure if I should snooze it. I guess I will. But it could be that, parts of it are wrong, but not the whole thing. That, like I said, it could be like, well, the prophecy said they'd be this amazing hero, and they're not. But hey, they're still going to save us. Or it could be, this person exists, but the things said about them aren't true. It could be half wrong. This really gives you the opportunity to play with twists on the chosen one story, and that is a large part of why I like the prompt, is because that's kind of a whole big thing in my story, is that I'm trying to riff on the trope of a chosen one and do some different things with it. And so this prompt is kind of all about that. It also makes me think of in the Frozen soundtrack, if you have the version that has the deleted songs, you learn that they actually originally intended it to be that there was this prophecy. I forget exactly what it was, but it was something about oh yes, this terrible ice queen, she will send the world into this eternal winter, and everybody's scared about it. And then when Elsa freezes over the fjord, everyone's like, guys, I think she's the prophecy. And so you can, and then the songs will have that in there, and one of the songs has on saying like, I'm the only one who's not 100% convinced the prophecy is you. And then that song ends with her going, maybe you are the prophecy. And Elsa going, I am not the prophecy. So you can totally go for those vibes as well. And I don't know how they intended to end that, but maybe they did intend it to end with, yes, there was this person who had ice powers who froze over the fjord, but she wasn't an evil queen, kind of thing. You could also have it be that the prophecy has, like, changed over time, that it's the initial prophecy is right, but the way that it's, like, telephoned over the years, that's wrong. And so the prophecy, ooh, yeah, that could be it as well, that instead of it being the prophecy is wrong, it could be the prophecy that we know is not the correct prophecy. Like, it could be the prophecy is wrong in that way, like, we got the prophecy wrong. Oh yeah, there's lots of ways you could take that you could have, like, the scribe who wrote down the prophecy wrote it down wrong. So it's not like what is said is wrong, it's like how it was translated or how it's been told over the years. That's what's wrong. That could be really interesting. You damned active writers always got stories ready for prompts that haven't won yet. I haven't written the story yet. I don't have that on. I just like the prompt and wanted to write something, but I don't have something ready to go. I don't have it ready to go. It never even occurs to me to have backburner stories. That only happens when I have abandoned stories that I revive and finish. That's fair. Era says, so it could be an Oedipus Rex situation where a character wants to avoid a prophecy only to fail and fall right into the prophecy, only to their horror and tragedy. Yeah, that's true. That it could be that they're like, the prophecy is wrong. I won't let it happen. But it does happen, you know? Yeah, the nice thing about, like, the idea of the prophecy is wrong doesn't mean that that statement has to be correct. It just means that the statement needs to be said somewhere. Mega says, I only have one prophecy in my story that has already been established, but I'm not sure how to make it work with this. Might have to come up with something from whole cloth. Do you want to talk about what the prophecy is? I mean, you can DM me if you don't want to talk about it with the whole group. But if you want the whole group's input, you can talk about what this prophecy is and why you think it might not work. So, what are folks in the not-so-private chat saying? Wolf says, well, for all my settings, prophecies are always right. I like the idea of immutable fate. That is very fair. Also something I talked about in one of my stories this week, actually. But like I was just saying, you could have it be the prophecy is right, but somebody's trying to deny that. Somebody's like, no, it's wrong. And you can show, fate is immutable. So you could do that. Yeah, maybe the prophecy is right, but the interpretation is wrong. That's a good point as well, that it's not just like, oh, the scribe wrote it down wrong, but it could be like, everybody thought that the prophecy meant this thing, but actually it meant this other thing. Like, there's a thing about the prophecy in my story that I don't know if I'm gonna have to abandon, but is the idea of the prophecy speaks of a tyrant, this person overthrowing a tyrant, and everyone's like, oh yes, this tyrant, the evil queen was overthrown. This person who overthrew her must be the person of prophecy. But actually, it's not the queen. It's a different tyrant that is overthrown. And a different tyrant who is the subject of the prophecy. So you could totally do something like that, where it's like, oh, we all thought it was this thing, but we were wrong. And so we thought the prophecy was wrong, but actually no. Interesting. Don't know what to write myself. There's one prophecy in Genre Break, and it's meant for the end of the series. So you're not ready to write about the end of the series yet. Well, I mean, Genre Break is all about genre breaks, right? So could you have it be that the characters are thrown into a genre in which there are prophecies, like a chosen one genre, and the character who has like the prophecy about them is like, no, it's wrong, you know, and stuff like that. Like, it's just like mayhem on the school grounds because of this weird prophecy. I appreciate that, Ghoulish. Norman says, I just realized I have a half-finished back burner story from this past week that could work for this. Hey, it turns out you did write something early. You wrote more than I did, technically. Mako says, oh, just all the visions people got of the coming of Jonathan and how he's going to kill everyone and burn the world. You know, regular stuff. Well, I mean, I feel like that works super well, actually, because you can have, like, Jonathan encountering one of these prophecies and being like, I would not like to do that, please. Like, no, that's wrong. I'm not gonna do that. Or you could have someone who loves and cares about Jonathan coming across one of those and being like, no, like, not gonna, even if he wants to do that, I ain't gonna let that happen, kind of thing. Or maybe you could write a story about how, like, it seems like Jonathan is going down that path, but then someone is like, no, you don't have to do this. You don't have to be the villain of prophecy. You, the prophecy was wrong, you know. So I think that totally could work. That's an idea, Kaylee, maybe, says Massa. Glad to give you something. Mione is Frodo, Ayase is Harry Potter, Namiki is Percy Jackson, Jacob is something Canadian. Oh, that would be interesting if instead of it being there's one chosen one, that the genre break is everyone becomes their own chosen one, and so everyone has some kind of prophecy about them, and maybe they conflict and that causes strife, or it's like, I'm destined to defeat you. Well, I'm destined to defeat you. Oh, that's a good idea. Jessica could easily come across something like that. Nice. And I mean, you could kind of maybe even do both. You could have, like, Jostica comes across that and she's like, not gonna happen. And then, like, maybe she shows it to Jonathan. She's like, look at this weird prophecy. And he could also be like, I don't want to do that. You could do both. One of those prophecies will be proven true. Oh. Curious. But yes, I'm trying to think if there's any other angles that you could go that I haven't talked about yet. 2 people saying I was destined to defeat you. Curious. But, like, you could have the stakes be very low, that you could be... Now I'm thinking of, like, I'll take a potato chip and eat it. Like, the prophecy says you will eat a potato chip today. And it's like, no, I won't eat that potato chip. It won't happen. The prophecy was wrong. You just said that. What did I just say? Proceeds to defeat each other. Yep. Oh, yeah, for genre break. Yeah, Well, now that... Oh, there we go. Okay. But anywho, good times. If you were not read here on the stream, you are not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. So just come over here and make sure that you follow the format that everybody else did, and first come, first serve. So start a posting if you want to go over there. Oop, wrong one. Yeah, but pretty much everyone did get read, so it may not be a very full backup readings, but hey, if there weren't all the Halloween contest stories read, maybe you could read that, or maybe you guys can draft up some options for the new prompt, and then like work on those together, stuff like that. Join us or else the dread will swallow you. I feel like you should go for something like, join us or else the prophecy will never come true, or something like that. Should I mark Marx and Makokam as double read for next week? Maybe. I guess you could just just cause. But we'll see what happens next week. But yes, please do a posteroo for next week. I am hoping we'll have more stories, and we'll not have to dip into the read last week pool, because if we are dipping into the read last week pool, we might be reading people who were read 2 weeks in a row. Yeah, so maybe that does give an extra benefit to marking them as double read, because then if I do need to do this, I can try to only read people who were read last week, not double read last week. But the point is that the prophecies are wrong. Yeah? What do you mean? I feel like join us or else the prophecy won't come true, or the prophecy will be wrong. Fits with that? I don't know. Yeah, that's fair enough. I think we really need to reach out to more writing discords and circles, or there won't be enough generals. I mean, granted, there have been enough generals like every week for like a year, so I don't know that that's exactly true, but I do stand by the sentiment that we should try and get more people. My question is, how do we do that though? Because the problem is, like, you know, if I'm not active in another writing Discord and I just walk in and I'm like, come join my Discord and write for it. Okay, bye. Like, that just seems selfish and advertising. And so, like, granted, maybe that's better coming from you guys than me, but even you guys doing that still feels advertising. So if you have a way to, advertise to other Discords, go ahead and do that. Like, you don't even need my permission to go and advertise. Just tell people about the group if you have a way to tell people about the group. I mean, even that feels weird. Like, if I'm not active in a writing group and I'm just like, hey mods, can I post something? I've never been here, but can I post something? Still feels like selfish of me. We established dominance and superiority over other groups. Yeah, great point, Mako. Mako says we have plenty of members. Numbers aren't the problem. Yeah, I would agree with that. That like, I mean, where is this, the members list? Yeah, like, look at how many generals and like wanderers that we have. It's so many it doesn't want to load. Oh, I'm not there. But yeah, like, look at all these members. We have so many members. That's concerning. So I feel like it's the problem that people aren't writing, or aren't reviewing, not that we don't have enough people. So the question is more, please actually write and actually review more than it is to tell people to join us. We've used all our snoozes, so we gotta get going. Yeah, we need you at about 6. That's fair. Or it says, in my case, and I think maybe for others too, just wiped out from the Halloween contest, writings and reading, so I zonked out of this week's story. Next week I'll write something for sure. That is completely fair. Totally understand that. If you have an in at one Discord, since they are a partner at Tail Foundry, and still advertise the writing group there. Oh, okay. That's good to know. All right. But since the ad is coming and we can't stop it, then I will raid Awesome Sly. I think I have 2 votes to do that. Am I saying it right? Alrighty. So, I will see you all next week, and we will see if the prophecies were true. Yeah, that's fair, that said. I ruined my outro. But yes, everyone, yes, everyone, fulfill your destiny and write your stories for this week. Goodbye.